Ladies and gents, welcome to the EGL Open Series, week number 7. My name is Tony. I am here with Toby Campbell, and I mean, we're in the final stretch now, Toby. It feels only a few more weeks to go, of course, but once again, it's going to be the story of who can beat Black Hawk Down, Team 24, whatever they're called at this point. Who can beat them? That's the story of it, Toby. But first and foremost, how are you this Sunday evening? Have you had yourself a nice Sunday roast? We were just talking about you've had yourself a haircut. I mean, I'm very much in need of one, so I presume you're having a good day.
Not bad, not bad. Today I've had a little bit of food, but I've mostly been playing some rank gears because I'm trying to get my thumbs back on controller. I've had some good days, Chris, of scrimming with a lot of the teams that I've been competing today,
Scrimming?
but I've had some bad days as well. So I'm like on the moon one day, like this is amazing. I can't believe I didn't do this sooner. And then some days I'm like, oh my goodness me, where have my thumbs gone? But we're getting there. We're getting there.
I thought you were just saying in general you were having good and bad days there. I was like, wow, we're really delving deep into this one. But yeah, okay. I mean, look, I said it's getting into week number 7 now, and for me, it is the story of who can beat Black Hawk Down at this point. They have been dominant throughout. I believe it's 5 that they've managed to win in a row now, or 5. Yes, it was 5. Yeah, they won the second week, didn't they?
Yep.
It's difficult to say who's going to stop them at this point. Every single time they do have some stiff competition, it seems to be a very, very close game, but nobody can really get past them at this point. We are very, very curious to see if anyone can do that within the next 4 tournaments. Of course, we've got 7, 8, 9, 10 left to go, and then, of course, the finals towards the end of the season. But as far as I'm aware, we're going to be delving through into this one very, very shortly. We've got a good game to kick things off as well. But let's have a look, if we can, at the previous results that have went down, of course, across the rest of the tournament. I was hearing you were going to end it, Toby. What happened? Why didn't you end it? Because I mean, you would have got first rounded, obviously. So
Well, we don't know about that. We've been having some good scrims, I'll have you know. We've improved a lot in this last week, I must add. But no, because of casting as well. There's no point forcing these guys to be like, yeah, let's play, let's get ready, let's make sure we're up and ready to play at 3 p.m. and grind our way to victory when we can only just last one round regardless. So not today. Perhaps next week we'll try really hard to get past the first round. The week before, as you and Fru noticed, we had the pleasure of playing against Savage Camping in the very first round. Didn't end well. Did not end well, but it was fun. A little bit of fun. Like I said, this week with scrims, we've been scrimming every day. It's been a lot better.
cool. Well, I'm glad the team's going well, mate. But you're a good caster. I wouldn't like to lose you. If you do start beating HPJC and Black Hawk Down in scrims, don't let it get to your head or anything. Because we kind of need you here every week. Nonetheless, let's have a look at the bracket to see how things are going to break down this week. Where would you have been sitting in this one? I do wonder, Toby, but very much similar to what we have seen for quite some time. Apollo 24 is what they've called themselves this week, Team 24. On the left-hand side of the bracket, of course. Savage Camping, Snail and Slugman is what's going to be coming up first. They will have the pleasure of probably facing Apollo 24 in that semi-final. Other side, though, Maradona and, of course, HPJC are there ready and waiting. We expect to see them in the semi-final here, Toby. Not too sure if anybody else is sticking out on the screen for you there.
No, I mean, team name changes, right? I guess we should highlight that. Apollo 24 is Team 24. They are changing their team name every week, it seems. That's Black Hawk Down, of course. And yeah, there's no surprise there. Savage Camping, Snail Boy. I think it's a third in a row they're playing each other in the quarterfinal. Not sure about that exactly. Don't quote me on that, but I know they had 2 weeks in a row at the very least. So yeah, Snail Boy and Slugman will be looking to get revenge on their opponents for that one. I believe they've lost each time against them in the quarters.
Well, I do believe the game is actually nearly ready to go here, Toby. So we'll be delving into this one very, very shortly. It sounds like Asylum is going to be the first map coming up. Interested to see which way this one does go. Of course, as mentioned, they have actually been pretty close when these two have played up against each other, which is happening quite a lot. Of course, something we had last week was HPJC and Black Hawk Down going up against each other in the semi-final, so it was something a little bit different on that side of things. This time around, though, HPJC seeding is probably a bit more in line of where they are sitting out third. Of course, we do really probably rate them as the second highest team here, Toby, if I'm honest, but it looks like we are destined for a Black Hawk Down HPJC final once again.
I think so, yeah. I mean, these two teams now have started to separate themselves from the pack a little bit. I think Savage Camping have really asserted themselves as a top 4 team. I think I was talking about that 2 weeks ago when I was last casting. But I think that's the main two, right? Maradona really have to perform out of their skin if they want to try and topple either of those two at this point. Apollo 24 have gone from strength to strength. They just keep disappointing a lot of HPJC fans, honestly, because HPJC have had some moments of greatness, right? They performed very well. And we've thought, oh, is this the week now that they've got a lot of scrims under their belt and they're back to it and they're used to tuning? No, it's not. Black Hawk Down continue to win, i.e., aka Apollo 24. And I guess they're looking to continue their streak. And HPJC and every other team are trying to claw their way back to see if they can not only get in the grand final, but also beat them.
Well, here we go then. Into the very first round between these two, 3 times Rowdy. And Maradona is who we're watching, apparently. But of course, delving in now, see which way they are going to go. I thought we were watching Savage Camp. That's my fault. That is my fault. But it's just going to be interesting to see if Maradona can come out on top in this one. 3 times Rowdy didn't actually look too bad last week when we did see them play, but interested to see how they can get down with things here up against Maradona. What's the predictions for this one, Toby? Though we would expect Maradona to walk away as winners.
Yeah, I think so. Maradona are a full team. We know that for sure. 3x Rowdy is somewhat of a pickup, in fact, because Zenji has been on my team for the past week. And of course, he chose to actually compete today and has joined this awesome pickup. And yeah, 3x Rowdy have got this far. Vision, Mini Stocks, Warrior Guns, very good players indeed. But they're against the Titan Maradona, who I'm sure are very, very eager to get themselves into the semi-final to play against the likelihood opponent of HPJC.
Well, that was a very quick round for Maradona there. Turned away for just a second, and all of a sudden, all the kills had ran on through. See if Marco and Co can make quick work of this one, but it is interesting to see if they can get themselves in a better spot as well. Grand final last week for Maradona, but it was a relatively quick 2-0, of course, for the squad of Black Hawk Down. Let's see if they can find themselves in that spot once again. But they will have HPJC to meet in this next semi-final we are expecting. But kills coming through here for 3 times Rowdy. It looks like they are going to get a hold of B, lock things in. Maradona though, looking as if they're pushing over the bridge side, but it's a bit of a pinch being set up by 3 times Rowdy. All of a sudden, A is in their sights. Warrior Guns first one in, and Vision now coming to join the party as well. Warrior Guns starting to tick it in over towards A here. Gonna have to back on down. 2 players from Maradona making the push. We know how talented they are in these close quarter spaces, but this time around, the kills are going to come on through. 3 times Rowdy momentarily threatening a domination there, but the overextension over towards B has come through.
Yeah, I'm guessing that is Marco there, just saving the day on the B hill, capping it up too. Yeah, it is, as players do wrap around to try and locate that player and take him down. Of course, are they going to try and hold on to the home hill at the same time? It looks like they are. Vision still lurking, teammate to his left, but Maradona are trying to force their way through. Oh no, the bounces will fall. Zenji picks up 2, well played from him, saves his teammate with a quick revive, and they're looking to finish off Crisis. Zenji with a 3rd, well played from him. And now he's looking to take up the B hill. Unfortunately, though, for 3x Rowdy, the player has rotated over to the C hill. Marco again is the one to save the day, capping the C hill as well, preventing that triple cap.
Well played by Marco. Constant thorn in the side of these teams. He very much plays that, I like to call it the Saki role, because I feel as if he's the one that plays it to a very, very high level. We see him doing it all the time. Might not necessarily be getting stuck in there with loads of kills left, right, and center, although Marco very much is able to do so. One of those who's going to overextend. He's going to look for those D caps, those caps on the other side of the map where the pressure's not there. Just constantly distracting away. Cock team win condition though. 50 seconds is up here for 3 times Rowdy. Looking good for them. Maradona will probably need a domination, and that's going to be hard to come by when 2 of them are already dead. So, not the best spot for them to be in now. Cog team win condition is here 3 times Rowdy. Very much here to play by the looks of things. 15 seconds and they'll lock this round in.
Yeah, 10 seconds. Unfortunately, 2 players did fall. Just about for 3x Rowdy coming off respawn now. They need to be very careful from the overextension coming in from Maradona. 10 seconds with just 1 hill to go, and everyone's just stacked up on that C hill. Everyone flying through the front door as well as Vision gets taken down. Mini Stocks does trade out. Zenji will fall as well. Hills have been decapped. Maradona have stopped the clock for now, at least. They need to stay alive. And Crisis has support to his right. Mini Stocks waiting for a second before going in. Bounces on the flank. Shot will connect as well. Vision and Zenji are off spawn to try and keep things going, but still Bounces is picking up kills. Zenji's going to roll to his death, and Maradona are stealing this round away from 3x Rowdy, it seems like.
Domination ticking. 3, 2, 1. Warrior Goods is going to get in. They need to win this fight, but it's just been one by one by one. My goodness me. Maradona should not be winning that round. That's 2-0. And that is a hard one to bear.
That is super unfortunate, right? When you have that much of a points lead, at that point, you should just rotate off the home hill, right? Play it safe, keep your lives. Unfortunately, 2 players getting taken down in the last 30 seconds of that round really opened up the map for Maradona to not only push through the train tracks for that pinch, but also up top on the home street and then eventually collapsing with all their spawns onto the enemy's home hill and winning out from there. All it needs is that one opportunity, right, for players of this caliber, teams with this much teamwork and chemistry to formulate a great final push to win the final play for that triple cap Maradona. 2-0 up now.
Vision going to kick things off with a couple of kills for himself, but will be taken down. It's unfortunate from 3x Rowdy, it really is. I mean, they pretty much dominated the majority of the round. They lose a couple of gunfights. All of a sudden, you're in a sticky spot. You don't have any points ticking in. And they just one by one ran over towards C. It would have been nice to see maybe another extension over towards B, but I mean, it's automatically go to the closest spot, isn't it? That's the thing. Pains, though, doing well in the middle. Finds one on the Vision as well. The train will momentarily stop him, making the push to defend B. Zenji is now there. That's exactly where he is, though, as he is now tagged up. Pains making the push through. Looks like B is going to go back over towards Maradona. I think there's support there as well. There is. Bounces is there to trade things out. Again, survives and obviously see him get a hold of B. Seems as if 3x Rowdy maybe stuck in their side of the map now.
And Pains is on the hunt as well. He's moving fast. He's looking for any shot he can find. Finds Vision. Lovely up A from him. And quickly overextending to the A hill. Only Zenji just coming off respawn now. But will elect to run towards the B hill, and Pains knows exactly where he's going. Once again, trying to hunt any player down near him. Warrior Guns also trying to defend the C hill now. Big 1B crisis is going to roll, but Steam Train straight into Warrior Guns, holding his shot, just about catching him out there. And Maradona are causing so much trouble for 3x Rowdy in different areas of the map, just consistently running around, picking up kills in awkward situations and leaving 3x Rowdy a little bit disorganized at times.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? They are very much a bit of a nuisance team, Maradona. They do know how to play the game in terms of, you know, distracting away and picking up parts of the map where the other team aren't, so they can get themselves more points on the board. And on top of that, they're very, very talented. A guy like Pains leading the line, and he's just so hard to deal with. Zenji going to go down. Pains once again, just about surviving the trains there. B will go in their favor, but as that all goes on, they're losing C, but they will gain A by the looks of things. Pains now here to help his teammate. Bounces is at least going to decap here. Cap's now going to start coming on through. Extension from the rest of the team off respawn over towards C. Bounces is going to get out. They are going to be able to get a hold of this 3x Rowdy. Bounces should be falling and does so. But once again, Maradona are the ones in control. Pains and Co trying to make this push over towards A. The roll, though, is going to cost him. Marco was there to help him out, though, and the push now starting to come on through. Warrior Guns trying to defend. And just a chunk away is going to find Pains. Is he going to be able to find much else here as well? He kind of needs to just slow them down. Has done just enough, but not in time. Maradona with another round on the board. 3-0.
Yeah, once again, good job from Maradona. You were alluding to it, right? It is the style of play, if you will, just chaos everywhere. If Pains can become that icebreaker again and again, if he's given the opportunity to do so, he will take it each time, flying at his opponents. And that's kind of this whole team, right? Maradona. If they can gain an opportunity to fly at an opponent in a 1v1, they pretty much always will. And it's down to 3x Rowdy and any of their opposition really to contain them and keep the flow of the map in their favor and slow things down a little bit at times to avoid, like I said, chaos ensuing.
Into round number 4. It's been all Maradona so far in this quarterfinal. They will be wanting to put themselves in the best spot to go up against HPJC. It should be a super close game, really, but there you go, Crisis kicking things off. Very, very nicely. Maradona really running away with this now. 2 players from 3x Rowdy up top. Making the push over towards A. They need to try and find something there because they know the wraparound towards C is going to be coming on through. Bounces deals with one. Can't quite get away with the kill on the Zenji, but Marco is there. Pick that one up. Now it's about the race over towards C. Vision trying to get his way in. Crisis defending all on his own while walking up. Very nicely done. Domination will take on through. Don't think Warrior Guns has got the legs for that one. And that will be 4 in a row for Maradona. This is dominant.
That was excellent on the train tracks there. Usually you don't want to take cover on what's described as laundry there, or on the train tracks, that halfway point where you can get angled, because that exact scenario can take place. You can get flashbanged out, you can get stuck in the corner, and Crisis took advantage of that, flying at his opponent with an up A, and then quickly rotating, overextending to the home hill, right, and not falling thereafter. Amazing stuff from Maradona. Really just leveraging their shotgun ability here and make plays happen. Really, really impressive and really difficult to deal with, honestly. Typically, they're stronger on the first map. We know that. Or first half, rather, of this map. Second half, they've been inconsistent at times, pushing up top. Remember, we've talked about their passive nature and how it perhaps doesn't favor their play style. I'd like to see them be a bit more aggressive as a result, as it really is where they shine best, when they're up close and personal and using those shotguns.
Maradona now having to make it work over towards E. Half-time is coming. Of course, we have changed things around. Vision and Co just trying to defend his Pain's getting aggressive on the flank. Nicely done by Vision. Isn't going to be able to help Warrior Gun survive this, though. He will fall. I'm going to try and get rid of Maradona from in and around the side here. Just pushing forward, keeping control of E from the front of things. Crisis is going to drop. Crisis is going to fall. Alex is now going to have to back on down, but where's the rest of the fights going across the map? Train tracks, nothing really going on there, but here come the rest of Maradona up the stairs. Pain's going to get aggressive through the smoke as well. You'll do well to find much from there if your Pain's going to have to back on down. Pressure is still here, though. 3 times Rowdy. Able to finally drop one, and the second as well. Well played. Good play by Vision there, especially. The Lancer shots coming on through. Crisis was waiting. Is able to find 1 and 2. This shouldn't happen. He really should have been cleaned up as soon as he missed that first shot, but nonetheless. 3 times Rowdy do have control here, but they are behind.
Mini Stock's trying to angle out Marco here on the train track. Zenji holding his nerve, and he does find Marco in the end of the left-hand back A. But not many players up top for 3x Rowdy now, and it's been a very simple break for Pains, but he's not able to get out alive by the time Bounces returns. Vision, Warrior Gun, straight off respawn, gets the kill, so they're keeping up the pressure here. They've been able to get the cap, and they're still trying to push on for the overextension. Courtesy of Zenji here, winning his train tracks fight earlier on against Marco. Yet again, finding him. And Pains, can he clutch up once more? Stuck in the corner. Zenji says no. Wrap shot comes in, 2 seconds. Another kill for Vision. Surely this is the round that comes through for 3x Rowdy, and it is. Just like that, they will get 1 on the board. Now, can this happen? Can the comeback occur on Asylum on this second half? I wonder. If there is a map that has most likely had a comeback, I think this one is pretty much up there, right, Chris?
Yeah, it's happened before. I think, as far as I'm aware, wasn't it Maradona against... Was it Breaker and Co? Were they not 4-0 up and it went all the way to round 9?
It went to round 9, yeah. Won. That was during Maradona split number 2. Yeah, and of course, there was also Rated R and Obey.
Yes.
Way back when, which we remember.
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah. It can happen, certainly, in Asylum. A game of 2 halves, or a map of 2 halves.
It is a very different fight, though, isn't it? It's very, very different. And then, of course, you got utility to come into play. I'd be interested to maybe see it flipped around, actually. Started up here, so the utility isn't necessarily as important. It's very small, close quarters. Then the utility becomes, you need to be maybe a little bit more accurate than just hitting the other side of the stairs with your shock, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder.
And just theory crafting. I don't know. Others might disagree to say, well, maybe you need your utility to help you in this fight at E. I find the fight at E is very readable. It's very much you pick it, we find the Lancer shots, you have to back down, then we can get it, which is exactly what 3 times Rowdy have just done. And then Maradona, oh no, don't going to come back in about 30 seconds. It's just the same backwards and forwards all the time. It concentrates on that E fight. Whereas on ABC side, it seems as if it's more about the overextending, etc., etc. But currently, 3 times Rowdy, succeeding at overextending, making the push on through. Zenji and Vision working very, very well. And Well, we said it's a game of 2 halves, and in the second half so far, 3 times Rowdy. All looking very, very good. Payne's got in and found a kill there as well. I don't think it's going to make a difference to the grand scheme of the round, but 3 times Rowdy. 2 rounds in a row for them. 4-2.
Very, very nice. Honestly, from 3x Rowdy once again on the train tracks. Previously, it was Zenji, right, winning his 1Vs, and time again now. That seems to be playing a big part, right, of this push. The ability for 3x Rowdy to win down the track side and then also win simultaneously up top on that E-hill at just the right time to push on in, form the concave or on the home hill and go for that triple cap. Well done indeed. And of course, previously, it was actually Maradona that were doing very well on the train tracks. Saving, I think, was it Marco saving the day constantly? I think it was. And now, incens are upon us on this E fight, and really comes down to the fundamentals of Gears, I think. Gears 5, at least, up top. How well can your team hold your shots? Are you ready and aware for a chain revive should one present it? You choose your moments to push correctly. Incend thrown, not going to connect. Shock thrown back to try and stop 3x Rowdy gaining too much ground there as they roll off to Maradona. But Vision turning around and nothing really happening just yet on the E side. But map control arguably has been gained for mini stocks as he is able to lance it down along with Warrior Guns pushing too.
Shots coming in from Payne's, not really landing too much. Just trying to give that a little bit of support. Vision will take some bullets, but Zenji really needs to stay alive for his team here. The push now going to come through. Payne's making it forward as well. He's got Marco here for company, but Zenji doing fantastic work. Marco may well find him, or he might not actually at this rate. And the shot's going to be coming in from the rest of Zenji's teammates. Done so well. There's another kill coming on through. D and E in the favor of 3 times Rowdy. Looking like a round for them.
Amazing job from Zenji again. That was brilliant, staying alive that long. As Paynes and his teammate are flying at you, and he chose his opportunity to push one player. And took him down very quickly indeed, with a little bit of help from his teammates in the end. Now, once again, they're trying to get revenge on Maradona. 2 players down on the train tracks once more. To see if they can just push out Zenji, find a kill, and maybe break the home hill or get a flank through the center. Instead, Maradona now pushing up as a 2. The incend is thrown. Not able to get the break. Now they do get the break, and they do choose to pull back, but they're stuck in that corner. Well. Vision can go wide. Yep, D. And Christ is going to get down in the process as well. Maybe even a flank, actually. Bounces does find it, though. He finds Warrior Guns, who attempted that. E-hill captured for now. Triple cap is gone. Zenji still alive. But many stocks finding Marco. Check Paynes, though, flying into the enemy spawn, keeping Marco alive, saving him, while also finding Zenji.
Pushing this out from the other side now. Payne's and Cut trying to keep a hold of D as best they can. They've done a really good job to claw the deficit back. Vision and Koda will find a couple of kills. E now being transitioned over. So Maradona overextending. They do reduce that deficit. They take the lead. Now they have E as well. Momentarily, 3 times Rowdy getting absolutely nothing. And Swan win condition is there. If only momentarily. It will swap, I believe, with an F capture from 3 times Rowdy, but it's going to have to be shortly. Maradona taking the time up. Vision going to drop, and now the big push over towards E is about to come on through. F going to be captured up yet. 3 times Rowdy still just getting 1 point on the board. Which way is E going to go, though? Warrior Guns is going to drop. Minister is also going to be there as well, but Zenji is there to find the final kill. 15 seconds for a win condition. 3 times Rowdy going to have to hold on till the very last second. Marco's going to come in. Is the decap going to come through in time? Yes, it is, but he needs the cap as well. 3 times Rowdy with the lead. It should be enough. That Vision finds that kill. That should be the round. Maradona not going to be able to stop this in time. 3 times Rowdy. 3 times rounds in a row. That was terrible. Wow.
3x equals 3.
Just for that. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. That was what I was trying to say.
I mean, at this point, 3 rounds, I say this each time, Chris. You've done the hard work. You can do 3 in a row. Surely you can do 2 in a row now. They've done the hard bit. Individuals are popping off left, right, and center. Zenji did incredibly well on the tracks once again, dealing with the Maradona 2v1 push. We know how fast they move. It's not easy to deal with, but 3x Rowdy have been able to deal with that, and they have just won a very, very close round, which isn't going to be too inspiring, shall we say, for Maradona coming so close, but again, losing that one round that they so desperately need to finish and close this round or this map out. Let's see, can 3x Rowdy do it again and force a round number 9?
As it gets further and further into this game, you gotta say, Maradona will be thinking to themselves, this is quite troublesome, but I tell you what, it's a good start to the round. 2 kills now going to come through for them. They're looking for the third on division as well, who's going to find 1 down, but will then fall. Push forward now going to come through as well, but Warrior Guns playing the secret round, coming in off a respawn, and Maradona for one of the first times will get a hold of E, able to actually solidify it as well. Just going to come through from bounces in Crisis yet. And 3 times Rowdy at bay. Fight towards train tracks will become important very, very shortly. It is actually Marco over there. So he's actually advancing forward there now. He's going to drop so now. The other extension's going to come in here from 3 times Rowdy as they find a couple of kills. Have to back down towards D if you're Maradona.
Look at Zenji as well, winning his 1v, finding it down, getting pains as he flies to his cover. Zenji's having an absolutely incredible game this map. All by himself, it seems like, after his team have done all the work on the east side. Now, Lil Bounces and Visions fighting their side. Warrior Guns finds Marco off spawn. Vision wins his 1v up top. This is looking very good now for this COG side. And Zenji is still looming on this D-hill, putting in the shots. Pains can't get to cover. Crisis gets up aid, and Zenji with a double. His team are surely capping up for him now. And just like that, we find ourselves at a round number 9. 3x Rowdy with 4 in a row.
Oh dear, Maradona. After how dominant they were in rounds 1 to 4, the fact that they now find themselves in this position, they need to work on their second half of Asylum very clearly. Yeah, no, okay. Now, I suppose the theory behind that is to stop Maradona putting anything down there.
Yep. It has to be. Yeah. It has to be. It makes total sense because they don't want to change anything up now. And 3x Rowdy literally force it at this point. That nothing significant changes on this map because everything seems to be working for them. The round score says it all itself. Incense shocks for both teams now. Pains flying to the door, changing up a little bit on Maradona, but he's going to get caught out. Incense thrown in. Not going to connect, but 2 downs. Can they keep up the pressure? Vision not able to find the kill over the top. Crisis does hold on.
He does. Finds the kill. There's nobody capturing E at any point so far. It's now going to come here from Maradona. Last time we've seen this sort of comeback was actually Maradona, as we mentioned before. It was against Breaker and Co. in the very first week. We were 4-0 up. Came to 4-4. Maradona won round number 9 after bleeding 4 in a row. Let's see then. 3 times Rowdy now starting to make this push over towards E, and Crisis just gets caught with his pants down a little bit, but the kill's starting to rain on through. Which way is they going to fall? Minister goes down, as does Warrior Guns, and that is going to be Maradona locking in E. Zenji really could do with winning a fight over towards the train tracks, but now he's got 4 members bearing down on him, and all of a sudden, Maradona look like they've woken up once again. Backing on down though, not taking much else here on the train track side of the map from Marco. Just backs down and make sure he's checking his lane. Maradona though, quite happy to sit on the 2-cap.
Uh-oh. Secret Man from Pains, finding Vision as well, staggering the spawns for a moment. That's going to delay some time for 3x Rowdy to get back now. Maradona are starting to build a comfortable lead in this final round of Asylum. 3 players stacked up for Maradona this time as well. There's no lurking down bottom with 2 on the tracks. They're not taking any chances. Oregon's getting damaged out, not getting down in the process. Vision quickly revived, and the marks are being used by Pains there on the corner. Vision needed that kill. He's not going to find it. Warrior Guns does respond. He's going to get taken down. Mini Stocks is going to get dropped on his run out of there as well. Zenji, though, winning his 1v on Marco, which might just prevent this triple cap for now as he starts losing his home health. He breaks the enemy's home hell, and now he's just trying to stay alive.
Vision and Co. Struggling here on round number 9, where it has mattered. Good shots, though. Oh, no. The train's gonna come through and kill Mini Stocks. I was calling Mini Store before, by the way. Thank you for correcting me on that one. But nonetheless, Maradona very much looking like they're in the ascendancy here. Little Bouncers finds 2. D now in their sights, and that's got to be heartbreaking. 3 times Rowdy, you find yourselves 4 rounds in a row in the second half. And it matters not. Maradona eventually closed it out in 9, but that got a bit squeaky, has to be said. Maradona looked like they were cruising in the first 4 rounds, but after that, it was all 3 times Rowdy. But the round that matters, round number 9, Maradona will take that one away, 5-4. Very, very good start to the series. Asylum falls the way of Maradona.
Very, very unfortunate state of affairs. My goodness me. And you don't see often, right? 22 kills on home street for Zenji. He played his absolute heart out. Unfortunate for him and his team, of course, to lose in that final round there at the end. My goodness me. Yeah, it's going to be a heartbreaker, it's safe to say, for a first map of a quarterfinal against a team as great as Maradona. But I mean, they've showed great potential. They showed an excellent second half there. Safe to say, though, that Maradona do need to work on the second half now. It's been a constant criticism of ours as casters, right, in how they've played it. It's very different to their first half. First half, they looked incredible in terms of the speed they were working at and the triple caps that they got. They just need to leverage that raw skill a little bit more so, right? Play a bit more aggressively up top. If you can somehow as well, maybe even just force a drop shot down bottom at times might even be a good option. If you don't like the utility that is going to be there inevitably on the enemy's side, thrown in on the top and kind of slowing you down and making you sit there with the Lancer, just opt to play somewhere else, right? Force the drop shot or boom shot down bottom in either of the two spawns, and force more of a train tracks fight as you have for the B hill on the first half. Certainly an option to consider, I think.
Yeah, that would definitely make sense. It's definitely something that they could think about doing. But yeah, it just seems as if that top side of the map doesn't seem to suit them very much when it comes down to that utility. It comes down to who really does land their shock a little bit better. It seems to be the case in the later rounds, especially, of course, where everybody has everything up. Maybe they do need to change something up, of course, on that side of things. But nonetheless, they will be happy to get that victory. And in fairness, there was a couple of rounds where they were in control. It wasn't just a plain sailing 3 times Rowdy all the way through. It was very much a close fought rounds back and forth. But nonetheless, Maradona will be happy to get it done. We're going to be heading over towards District in just a second. Curious to see which way I think this one will be going, Toby. I think after that one, I think this has to be Maradona 2-0, doesn't it? I think if you're 3 times Rowdy in that situation, you're looking good. It looks like you're going to come back after being 4-0 down. You get smiting down towards the end, and it's not necessarily a good feeling, is it? I think you'd probably be rather to be 5-0 there, surely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Like, for me personally, when you lose a 5-4, I'm as a player, and I've been thinking about this in the week, right? If you can just focus on the positives of that map and really rest on the fact how well you played in those 4 rounds, then maybe you can just motivate yourselves as a team, as individuals. Hey, forget about the first map. All we've done is proven that we can take a top team to the final round of a map.
Yeah.
Don't worry about how that last round played out. If 1-1v1 or 1-2v1 played a little bit differently, then maybe it could have gone the other way and it could have been a map win, and we'd be feeling completely different right now. If you can kind of reset your mind thinking about it in that way, then perhaps it's a bit better than just a straight 0-5 where you have no hope, where you believe you can't even win a round, never mind a map, because you came that close there on Asylum. Focus on that fact. And you're a pickup as well. You're a pickup. What have you got to lose? Just have fun with it and know that you're playing against a top team, and do your absolute best in map number 2.
Yep, I think a lot of people sort of put Maradona in that top 4 conversation, don't they, every single week. I think between themselves and Savage Camping, they're the ones aiming for that 3rd spot, if you do like. And obviously HPJC sitting in second with Black Hawk Down, undoubtedly the best team in Europe right now. But we're trying to find out if anybody can stop them before week number 10. 9 in a row would be something, it has to be said. So interested to see if they can find that one. But I do believe the game is starting. I do believe we're nearly ready to load into District. Interesting to see how this week does go, though. I think, you look at some of the games that we got coming up potentially. I would love to see Savage Camping and Maradona take each other on again at some point, just to get a good grasp of where we think that matchup is at. But in this one specifically, it's looking like Maradona going to be taking this one in the first map at least. We'll be heading over towards District, though, and can they finish it off in 2 and set themselves up for a semi-final date with HPJC?
Absolutely so. Maradona, of course, seed number 2, by the way, for this split, as they've been performing so well from the very start. Of course, Black Hawk Down took some time to get into the groove of things. And when in the first week, HPJC, they'll have thrown themselves back into the mix in previous weeks, getting seed number 3. Look at this for a push from 3x Rowdy, mind you. 4 players down already. Maradona are barely going to be able to spawn into this first round, as 3x Rowdy have just put on an absolute clinic. 35 seconds. It seemed like everyone was up Aing every single corner they could get to there for the Swarm side. That's a great way to start off map number 2 after a disappointing round 9 in the previous map.
Very, very good start. That's the kind of start you wanted for 3 times Rowdy. Just to get things up and running again. Voltok's going to come either side. No surprises there. Maradona, though, can they get back into the swing? Not the start they would have wanted after a close victory on Asylum. I think, though, they'll be looking at Asylum and sort of saying to ourselves, right, what else could we have done there, though? How could we have closed it out a lot simpler? Allowing teams back in that easily is an issue, as we mentioned, has been mentioned before. So can they try and lock that in when they go up against other teams, like your HPJCs, your Team 24s, etc.? That's when they're going to be punished. But nonetheless, here we go. Pains a cut. Trying to get something done over towards the bandstand side. Pains is going to drop 3 times Rowdy. I was about to say with the better start to things, but Marco finds that final kill, but the overextension comes through from 3 times Rowdy over towards C.
Yeah. That's for sure. 1v1 in the cinema now. Although Marco very quickly getting pinched. Cross from the window. Vision done well to clean him up quickly. Crisis was shooting back though as well. Quickly regaining control. Zenji another 1v now against Pains. Vision with the break. Zenji, big fight win for Pains. Crisis going to get dropped as well. And so, with those players out of the mix, perhaps 3x Rowdy can mount another offensive. Little Bounce is a little bit weak as well. Warrior Gun still looking for that kill. Zenji round the flank, trying to get the pinch on the home street. Bounce is angled out a little bit, but able to find a kill on Warrior Guns for now.
Zenji and Kodo having a good time with things here. Pains is going to find one, gets struck down. Domination. All those on through. 3 times Rowdy, 2 rounds in a row. And quick ones at that, has to be said. Minute half in the second, and the first one was over in less than a minute. 3 times Rowdy looking very, very solid for them. And I mean, Crisis is yet to find a kill.
Yeah. Not having a brilliant time, is he, in the first 2 rounds? But, I mean, early days, the first round was almost like a quarter round, right? It was just one initial executional gridiron round, if you will. But 3x Rowdy, 2 rounds in a row now. This is going so well for them. I don't think Asylum, that round number 9, has really hurt them at all. They're just having fun with it, it seems. They're still being aggressive. A slight change up in strategy, it's safe to say now. Zenji flying through to bandstand with first spawn. Does find Pains with a down, and his teammates are just behind to help clean up. Zenji with the kill. Warrior Guns will lose out in the middle, though, as Marco and Crisis double up on him. Snipe has been gained by Chidwick, that is. That mini stocks account, I can confirm. Now, see if Chidwick can do anything with that sniper rotating it around. Zenji getting caught out as he jumps over. As Maradona do maintain control despite that initial loss on the bandstand, losing out on that snipe.
Maradona, though, as you mentioned, quite happy to hold. It's funny to see from them, isn't it? We very much consider them an aggressive team, don't we? But at the same time, you have to know when to set up and know when to not push. Warrior Guns now with the sniper, so keep an eye on what he's going to be doing with that. But COG team win condition is there. About a minute or so for Maradona to lock in their first round.
Going on that thought a little bit as well, Chris, Gears 5 is really a game about all or nothing, right? You're either all in or you're all out. There's no in between. You have to be very, very sure of how you're playing a certain strategy out, whether you're on full offense or full defense, because of the strength of the weapons and speed of this game. And that is played up. Warrior Guns getting sharp a little bit. Pains has rotated round. Flying at Warrior now. Trying to get out. Boltok shooting towards him. Pains is not letting him get out. There's no way. He's still chasing. Marco will find one. The kill feed is starting to light up blue. 2 players down, although Chidwick going off, finding Marco. Vision trying to get back into the mix. He's going to get pinched very quickly through the window, though. And just like that, Maradona have 2 hills, but not the B hill. In just about a second, the triple cap will start coming on. Now 3 seconds. Warrior Guns, will he be able to break? I think he will, actually. They pulled off a little bit, have Maradona. But Bounces is still fighting. Zenji is going to get taken down as well. Bounces with a double. Shot hold from Crisis. Not going to connect, though. Could have been the round right there, confirmed. Nonetheless, his teammates are going to have just a field day on that home hill. No one's going to be there for 3x Rowdy to stop that break. Instead, they were focusing on the blue room. Maradona getting straight back into the swing of things, and Payne's on 7 kills. Very quickly building up his lead. Always kills tally, rather, in that last round.
Yep, found a few there, didn't he? Let's see if they can continue the comeback. Interested to see the long shot down the one bandstand, it has to be said. A bit of a different tactic, isn't it?
It is, it is. I mean, I think it could be going on kind of the same thinking of Asylum, right? Of putting that marker up top in a place where usually a massive power weapon like a drop shot's placed. We know how common it is to see a drop shot down there from HPJC and many other teams, in fact. And I think 3x Rowdy are a little bit confident that they want to prevent that from happening from Maradona, because it's kind of where they thrive, right? That all or nothing approach to an initial. Everyone going in as fast as you can for a shotgun fight. But nonetheless, we're still getting that with the sniper. There's no other major power weapon exists on the map just yet. Paynes will find one. Marco will get dropped, trading out. The pinch coming from Vision as well. Has to be careful. And he is. Amazing wrap shot. Now Payne's left alive all on his own. Does find one. Can't find the second. 3x Rowdy win that initial. And the snipe is the reward.
Nicely done. They get a hold of B on top of that as well. Very well played from 3x Rowdy. I mean, what a spot for Vision to be in with the sniper as well. Even just damage down is enough.
Ooh, what a cracker of a shot that was on Payne, just catching him out on that cover, on the end of the cover slide. Can he find a second? Crisis a little bit too comfortable, perhaps, blind firing off that cover there after Vision pulls that shot off. Ooh, can get that headshot on Marco if he did turn the other way just a second longer. But unless you said it right, that spot, or this spot in green, is a very good spot for sniping. There's the body check on Bounces, catching him out as he goes across. Paynes will be looking for the revive. Does get the body check on Paynes. Could have been a headshot, but nonetheless, the damage was done as the down does come through. Trying to help out Warrior Guns on the B hill as well, as he's trying to stay alive, keep his distance. Oh, great body check again from Vision. Excellent job saving his teammate as well. Warrior Guns is going to be revived, but unfortunately for them, his team has lost out on the home hill, and Paynes is still flying into the enemy spawn. Zenji will be taken down by Marco. Look how far they're running. Past the spawn, into the other side of the map towards Cinema, and they're still picking up kills, Chris.
Oh, Vision gets damage down to Bounces, but he hasn't been able to deal with them, and they've seemingly just wrapped around here, Maradona. Domination was ticking for a second, but thankfully Chidwick is able to make the push over towards A. You have to back down here, though, but what a move by Maradona. Through the spawn, very confidently done, but they have allowed themselves to be a little bit vulnerable to the push coming through towards the home hill. C is decapped, but push comes out from Chidwick. He backs on down, he falls. Now A is going to be in the sights for Maradona here. Win condition is about to take over in their direction. About 30 seconds or so before they take away the win in round number 4 here. Sounds right, he's still 2-1 to the good. It's looking more and more like a Maradona win in this round specifically.
Warrior Guns caught out. Paynes has got a snipe for the last 15 seconds, perhaps. His kills are still mounting. Zenji's going all in on this break. Can he get out alive? Yes, he can. He's still up, but his teammate will fall. Zenji picking up Marco. Vision is here. The reaction shot will not pay off, though. That's the risky part of the reaction shots. You can just get shot held at the very end of it. If you do not hit your shot, that's what can happen. 2-2, back to back, 2 rounds for both teams. Maradona really in that second half. Boy, did they make up for the initial. Paynes in particular, 14 kills now after 4 rounds. Literally flying across the enemy spawn crest. Like, they no worry about the spawn protection that could come across, or even the flank in their back.
And the thing is, though, they made it work. They made the push back through, I believe it would have been Info. Or Juice, one of the two. As soon as they started rapping in that direction, all that mid-map presence that 3x Rowdy had was just completely negated. Very, very well played by Maradona. Big reason as to why they find themselves tied up here as we head into round number 5. Pains and Co though. As things are changed up. Which way does the sniper fight go? Pains, unsurprisingly, being the one to be aggressive here. The rest of his team are here to help out as well. 3 members of Maradona down towards this bandstand side. Which way the kill's going to go? Bounces is going to actually find one of Pains. Makes it a 1-for-1 trade. They have to back on down as they lose gunfight in mid-map as well. An ideal scenario for Maradona.
No, it wasn't ideal losing Pains, but they were able to get that sniper out rather than trying to contest that team fight that they've been losing a number of times so far. Oregon's trying to secret man almost, or hold the right hand on that hill. Pains not having any of it with his teammate there to his left. The pressure once again being applied by 3x Rowdy on the east side of the map now, down bottom. His vision picks up one. Zenji trying to cap. He does get back to safety as well. This is the issue when you push up this far past that E hill, is that you can get pinched from middle relatively easy without much cover. Chidwick trying to save his teammate. He does. Pain's a little bit red. This is the risky part. You're outnumbered, and the players will be flying for the remaining kills into a potential triple cap. Pains going off once again. Really having a field day now with the 1Vs and the kills. I wonder if he even gets that on the kill feed. I'm staring at it. Warrior Guns looking for bounces. Pains gets it. Yes, he does. Still fighting his way through the enemy spawn waves in front of him. Zenji is weak, and his teammate's still there. This is insane. Somehow Maradona are still alive in the enemy spawn, still pushing into the enemy spawn, and the player has to roll back into his spawn for the safety just to try and regen and wait for his teammates to spawn up next to them.
He's a scary man, but Visions now is going to find 2 as Pains and Co did really keep that pressure on. 3 times Rowdy though were the ones benefiting from that. Now they're going to be able to get a hold of E. That win condition will come alongside that as well. Maradona, you all have to fight out from the spawn, but the points difference is pretty low. We're not too far away from that round coming to an end.
Sniper's up. Sniper's up. I'm not sure if Vision caught that. He could have picked it up. Instead, he's holding it, and it's actually worked out. Zenji's pushed up on the left. He's won his fight. Can he get a body check? Yes, he can. That's all you need on Marco there, as his teammate is waiting with height advantage above him. Zenji and his teammates are all collapsing around the center. This is looking good for 3x. They only have 1 hill, right? But with those numbers, surely they can do something with it. Surely they can pick up some remaining kills. They've got their F hill back, and they're looking for bounces here to seal the round.
Should be able to. You would think so. In a good spot to do something. Pains is going to get dealt with. Didn't find a great deal throughout the middle. Bounce is going to find 2, though. It's not going to be enough. It has to be a fight 1 over towards F. Crisis threatened the idea of it, but not quite going to work out this time around for all of Maradona's crazy pushing towards the spawn. They don't really get a great deal for it. 3 times Rowdy. 3-2 now in their favor.
Yeah, lovely job. Look at the kills. Vision is the man leading the way for 3x Rowdy on 16 kills. Of course, we know who's doing that for Maradona. That's 20 kills for Pains after 5 rounds. Absolutely astonishing. Still pushing into the spawn. It's hard to wrap your mind around that. How hard it actually is to do that. Yeah, you can do it in ranked. You can do it in King the Hill with your favorite teammates, but do it at this level in escalation. It's a whole different ball game, and he just makes it easy. Look easy, does Pains. And his teammates. Here he is again on our screen. Good shots on the Zenji. Fire all around him. He's able to pick up the snipe, but can he get out? Teammate down to his right, actually. Or opposition, rather. And they do pick up one. He's got that snipe out as well. He doesn't need to challenge this, but he does. He's confident. Doesn't even matter. Finds Chidwick. And Vision will find Crisis in the center.
Oh, Pain. Oh my god. Oh dear. He's an absolute joke, this lad, honestly. Zenji is the next on the chopping block. Not quite going to be able to find the shot, but going to keep pushing with the sniper in hand. Looking for some support from the rest of his team. Pains is feeling it at the moment, though. Gets the reload off. The push coming through. Doesn't quite land the shot on the Warrior Guns, but they're just running away. Where is Pains? Let's get to the opposite side of the map. My goodness.
You could be looking at the best player in Europe right now in this game. So talented is Pains. And you really just wonder, right? What if he was still on that original Rated R team?
Well,
how unstoppable would Apollo 24 be? My goodness me. And he's absolutely enjoying himself. Having a ball day with that snipe.
Even after all that, 3 times Roddy very much still in this round. Points just exchanging hands at the moment in time, though. Maradona only with 1 to their name. Chidwick should be in a bit of trouble here, but so will Marco. The kill's going to come through from bounces. Warrior Guns will clean up, though, and help his teammate up. Nicely played. Actually going to be Chidwick to finally clean things up here. F now in his sights, and, well, there's Pains. You do question, how would that Team 24 look with Pains on it as well? But it has to be said, you know, they've been winning. Why would they change things up? Why would they need to? Pains now making the push here as well. Consistently just aggressive. There's going to be actually 3 times Riley getting a hold of the long shot this time around. And that's the thing, Maradona, for all that they have had that enigmatic performance from Pains so far, not necessarily being able to find a great deal of points for that. Just about exchanging hands in terms of the lead now, but it's a swan win condition. 3 times Riley about to put themselves 42 up here. Maradona need to capture something. Looks as if D is the target. Warrior Guns and Co are just surely going to extend over towards F if they find these kills in the middle. Ian's going to drop towards the other side of the map as well. Marco is there to exchange kills, but again, 3 times Riley just finding what they can, and they will find around 4-2 now.
Yeah, despite all the efforts from Pains there, 25 kills now is he up to. Despite all his hard work at the start, his team were losing elsewhere on the map, and 3x Rowdy, of course, clutching up that despite all the incredible stuff we saw on our screen on the other end of the map. Well played from them, 4-2 now. And yeah, there's Incense, there's still the snipe though down bottom. Nothing too radically changed on District in the past several rounds now. Apart from Pains getting a little bit more aggressive in the bandstand, which seems to have worked. I'd like to see 3x Rowdy actually just throw some numbers in there again like they were doing in the start of this map. Oh, in the starting rounds. Pains is on his own. There we go. Bounce is just about to get back to him. Pains stuck in a corner though, full red. Can they just go wide and down him? Yes, they can. Marco, though, with a double down, actually. Finding Vision and Zenji. Can the revives come through and save the day? Pains will find one. 2v2. Wrap shot from Marco. And a shot from him again to down another player with Pains cleaning that up. How on earth have Maradona survived that? I will never know. Absolute class from these individuals in the skill department. 3 seconds to go. Can they break it in time? Zenji will not be able to reach Maradona. My goodness me. That bandstand fight was something else.
It's all on Marco, that. Fantastic from him. It's a big reason as to why round 7 is going to go over towards Maradona. Can they find one to level things up here? Been finding 2 rounds in a row from both teams. Back and forth, back and forth. We find 2 rounds in a row. We have Maradona send us to round number 9 again. Disable going to come in on the insend, and that's going to be on the Maradona side of things. So 3 times Roddy. Not going to have to necessarily worry about that too much, Toby.
Right about that. I think Maradona are starting to come into their own a little bit now. Marco is playing incredibly well, it seems. Pains is clearly going off. 3x Roddy have lost that spark down at the arch that they really, really need at this point. Crisis finding Warrior Guns. I believe that's the center gone. Marco will find a kill as well. Pains will just blow his teammate away. Unfortunate. 4 bounces, of course, but the fight is still on. Pains will go wide. Marco blowing Zenji away there from across the pillar, the other side of it. And now Vision is left to his own devices down bottom. The angle's coming in from Marco. Vision still fighting, and Pains will choose his moment wisely. Get that wrap shot. The Warrior Guns and Co are off to save the day at the D hill.
An important win. ENF now in the favor of Maradona. 3 times Riley going to have to make this push out now. Pains giving the long shot once again. Shots in the middle. The body check as mentioned, but Vision now trying to make the shot. Payne's trying with the blind fire as well. Is he going to manage to find anything under Vision here? Trade comes through. Shots has come through onto Payne's momentarily. That's a big, big kill onto Crisis from Zenji. That's actually going to allow Maradona now. I have to work back here. It's 3 times Rowdy. I'm going to get a hold of E. Really well played from there. Bouncers goes down as well. 4-3 is the score. They only need 1 more round. That domination is ticking. Marco has to get going, has to win the fight as well. Swarm domination still there, still lingering. Not going to happen this time around though. Maradona are going to find the kills. Was it overzealous from 3 times Rowdy to make this push? Maybe not. Now Chidwick needs to fall. The domination ticking again. Just extending the lead here 3 times Rowdy, but at the same time now. Now left a little bit open. Maradona can get some control of the map. Looks like they have their sights on E.
Bouncers getting taken down in the middle though. Opening the map up a little bit for Vision to overextend. And steal away the shot grenade as well. Question is, are they going to try and hold this now? Christ is just stuck in the tree. His teammate coming off a respawn. 1 player is left. A shot grenade on the hill actually would have been a little bit better if they're not going to hold this. It looks like they are. Oregon still lurking with a Lancer. Marco trying to provide some crossfire from the previous hill. There we go. Now they're going to elect to escape. Haynes, meanwhile, is on the other end of the map, Chris. Literally behind everybody. Chidwick will find him, though. In no man's land compared to where his teammates are. Big incent from Marco as we switch cams here.
Yep, massive. Coming back on down as well. Bouncers making the push over towards D. There's maybe a threat of a Maradona domination here. Not going to come into fruition. Crisis still winning over towards D. Is that enough for a win condition for them? It is. 25 seconds. Vision and Co need to win this fight. It wasn't enough damage from Crisis. Needs to survive. Gets picked back up. Bounces is here. And he needs to clutch up for his team. He's going to go down. The E fight, nowhere to be seen from Maradona either. This is going to be 3 times Rowdy. 5-3. And there you go. Marco, we'll see you later as well. Easy shots for Warrior Guns. That is going to be another round for 3 times Rowdy. It's going to be a map for 3 times Rowdy. We really do have a series on our hands now.
That we do. That we do. My goodness me. Great map. What a map. And we were just pondering as to whether we'd rather a 5-0 or 5 or 4-5, right? And it looks like they went with my direction, I guess, a little bit in terms of keeping their heads held high and playing as happy as ever. They were great. They were really good. I mean, they dealt with Pains a number of times as well. Yes, Pains went off a huge amount of times down bottom in particular, but when they were getting up in the back, eventually they were able to take him down, and oftentimes they won rounds during. So well played to these guys, and a brilliant job to even get to a map number 3. But in the fashion that they've done it, almost winning map number 1 and 2, they are going to be very happy with themselves. And after a great map number 2, they'll be looking to do just as well on map number 3.
Yeah, Training Grounds is going to be map number 3, so very much about those initials, especially when we do head over towards the bridge side. I'd expect to see something heavy dropped in there on one of these 2 teams. More than likely, it would be from the Maradona side, but we have seen the block come out on multiple occasions, so I'm curious to see if that comes into fruition as well. So interested to see which way this one goes. Training Grounds should be very, very interesting. We'll be loading in shortly, but Maradona have really been pushed here in the very first game of the week 7 of the Open Series, I should say. And I think the question has to be asked, like, how much, what are the steps they've got to make at this point to find themselves in that conversation for top 2? Because that's where their next step realistically is. It's hard though, isn't it? Like, Pains can't, and again, the rest of the team are super talented, but it always seems to be talking about Pains. Pains is the one making the push. He's making those plays, but they don't seem to be able to find a great deal for it. That round that Pains went off with the long shot, they lost. Like, it's rounds like that they've got to be winning. They have to be winning.
Yeah, I mean, rounds like that, sometimes I ask myself, is Maradona just kind of being a bit too free-flowing? Are they allowing the chaos to really just take control of them at that point and not really turn it into effective rounds as such? That's when I start to question it. I think Pains really was in his own world there, playing in those fights and challenging everything, having a snipe, but still choosing to engage in a risky 1v1 over the top of the cover. They can be incredibly swingy and volatile, if you will, those fights. due to the restricted things you can do, right, in those situations. But still, he was challenging it, right? And I think that's kind of a look into the mindset of a lot of these players. They will look for those fights if they can, and at times perhaps it does cost them. 3x Rowdy, they were playing very well. They were on the same page, yet they were clutching up on their home street. Again, they were doing very well despite Pains dominating on one side of the map. They were able to account for that elsewhere. I think they do need to ask themselves at this point in time, not only make sure you perform on this initial, on this U on training grounds, and do as best as you can, Maradona, thinking back to Asylum second half, but also think about your decision making in the latter half of the rounds. Maybe, just maybe, you need to think more about death balling rather than relying on your individual slaying ability like Pains has been showing off.
Potentially. Well, we're heading over to Woods training grounds, as you said, and that is one of those maps that, if you win that initial, it sets you up in a really, really nice spot to win the round. So let's see if they can manage to do that. Of course, we are going to be heading into that in a second. Plenty more action to come throughout the night. Also, semi-finals and grand finals coming up after this. So we got a big night of gears planned ahead, and still a few more weeks to go. A little lower on the teams this week, but we'd love to see you guys come back to us, of course. Within rounds or weeks 8, 9, and 10. Of course, it's all leading up towards those finals. You need to be making sure you get some of those EGL RP to make sure that you are in a really good spot to get yourselves in a good seed heading into that finals when we do announce it, of course. So I think, if you could just keep that participation up. And we're doing well. We've been doing fantastic so far. 24 is still good, but we'd like to be hitting those 30s once again, and hopefully some of you guys who have decided to skip out. It says a lot where we had just this many teams on Valentine's Day.
I know. I was thinking the same last week. It was pretty nuts. I think some people were saying, right, they were like, "Oh, we're going to get less teams." Just think about it, right? If one person chooses to spend their day with their girlfriend, right, or boyfriend, regardless, it doesn't matter if the rest of the team are on or not, right? They'll just say, "Oh, we've not got one. We're just gonna leave it this week and have a day off," right? But no, everyone just turned up. 30 teams, no problem at all. That was great. That was really cool to see. Next week, Chris, I will try and pull a team together and I'll play. Given I don't think I'll be casting next week. I guess we'll see, right? But yeah, I'll try and do my best. I'll try and do better than first round. Fingers crossed. We don't play against Savage Camping again.
I'd love to see you on broadcast, mate. That's my dream, to cast over Toby Campbell. I'll have basically made it in Gears.
There's plenty of VODs if you want to cast UE someday with me. We'll do it on stream. No, UE Gears 3.
You're all right, mate.
No.
Well,
wow.
Maybe not.
I liked UE, mate. I was pretty good at that game. We can cast an EGL LAN, right? How does that sounds fun?
When
to me,
LAN's gonna start again? My goodness.
I
would like to get back to that.
Let's get back to the Norbrek.
Oh, you're speaking. Yeah, it was Valentine's Day last week. I needed that kind of sweet nothings in my ear then, but maybe not now. But we are nonetheless into the next game. Times Rowdy and Maradona taking each other on, and let's see who can take away map number 5 here. Pains and Court looking to get it done. I think Pains and the boys on Maradona would have looked at this and thought themselves, we can probably get this one done relatively simply, but it's been anything but. Times Rowdy have been at every single map, found themselves one in map number 2 on District, and we head over towards Training Grounds.
That we do. Oh, good shot from Vision there, finding Pains. Look at the hills. Maradona blinking red again. I think Bounces will get taken. Oh no, maybe I've spoken too soon. Morrigan's is caught out. Bounce is still lurking. A lot of pressure on Chidwick now to find this player. Tries to shot hold, not going to happen. Perhaps should have waited for Zenji, honestly, as now they're severely staggered. Bounces is dealing with his third player now on the enemy's home hill. His teammates are going to have a whole training grounds behind him to deal with. Bounces finally being dropped now. Took 2 players in the end. Check the points. Double the points pretty much for Maradona now, as the COG team do start flooding back into the map.
Times Rowdy trying to get back into this one, but as said, it's just one of those that if you can get control, it's such a hard spot to be in. But look at this crossfire coming in here for 3 times Rowdy. Everybody nailing down. And Maradona, honestly, I don't think it really matters that they were picking each other over there. To be frank, it was just such a tough position to be in. Lancer fire from 3 times Rowdy was strong. Swarm win condition is there still, but will disappear. 3 times Rowdy should be enough for the 2 cap at this point, although they are 60 or so behind. Maradona, though, looking for the push over towards B.
Oregon's stuck in God spot. He's going to get taken down, though. Pains will just simply wrap around with his teammate. B-Hill capped up. Maradona now spring to action towards the enemy's home hill. They've just sent, in fact, bounces. Marco and Pains are just going to hold out towards the center to protect the B-Hill and trust bounces to hold the home hill. Vision taken down as he jumps across. Break does come through, though, from Chidwick, but not many players left alive. Can they hold on to the A-Hill? Yes, they can. Oregon's will clean up bounces there. And now 3x Rowdy really have to fly. They're going to need a triple cap.
Going to need it, as mentioned. Is it looking likely? Marco isn't able to find the kill. Zenji's going to go down the other side. Warrior Gunso is going to find the shots here. All of a sudden, a crisis is here. Over towards B. Maradona should be able to lock this one in. 5 seconds is all they need. They win the fight over towards C as well. This one is donezo. 1-0 to Maradona in round, or map number 3, I should say. 2 minutes and 52 seconds is what it took. It does seem to be one of those where it comes to the second half on training grounds is very much more about those initials than necessarily the first. Or unless the big weapon does get put down. It wouldn't surprise me to see that on Maradona, to be honest with you, up towards the U.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually wonder now if 3x Rowdy will incorporate that same strategy that they seemingly did on Asylum and District, where they'll just place a marksman or a weapon up top to prevent Maradona from placing a drop shot there. Maybe even in the center as well, as that's also a favored drop shot placement for a lot of these teams to force a team fight down there. I wonder. We'll have to wait and see, I guess, till next round. Boltop's going down. On board with Pains now as he's lurking around the U. Right-hand advantage, of course, on that box. Doesn't matter. Left-hand wrap shot on Warrior Guns, no problem there. Make it a second on a Vision, as he will pick up 2 this round. And Chidwick is all in his own up top as he turns for a second to help get that down on Marco, I believe, with Zenji down bottom. Zenji cleaning up the kill, now capping up B-Hill. My oh my, he's having an incredible day today, it seems like, Chris. I wonder if I'll have a teammate at the end of the day, as he seems to be having a lot of fun.
He's going to be sniped, mate. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, he's having an awesome day today.
Maybe you were weighing him down, mate. Who knows?
I hope not. I play home street, mate, and I think I do okay on my own lane. But
so what you're saying is you kind of play like, it's kind of the bitch role, really, isn't it?
I mean, he's playing in my position right now, if we're being honest, and he seems to be doing better than me against these guys. I wonder.
Maybe a change up. Maybe he should be on the home straight. Get you in amongst it.
Hey, maybe.
3 times Rowdy are about to dominate by the looks of things. Marco goes down, and that was just a well three-pronged attack from 3 times Rowdy. Find the kills at the right moments, and all of a sudden that domination ticks in very, very quickly. 1 apiece now. Sorry, I was distracted. You distracted me there, Toby.
I'm sorry.
You're going to lose your teammate. I can't believe it.
It's over, boys. The journey has stopped before it began. But no, I mean, on a serious note, Zenji has been playing incredibly well against these guys to do the things that he's been doing against Maradona. Of all teams here on broadcast in the quarterfinal, he is doing an amazing job for this team. Pickup team again. Might I add, Vision, Warrior Guns, Chidwick. Chidwick hasn't been playing every single week, but these guys have just turned up and they're giving a very hard time to Maradona here. Seed number 2, as mentioned. But look, Maradona are doing a lot better this round on the U fight. Zenji last man alive over at the B side. Hasn't dropped down, so he's got a little bit of cover, but not in too great a position to break the B hill if necessary. Going to choose to turn around. 3 seconds of the clock. Chidwick needs to reach. He does. And all the numbers are there. Surely, yes. Warrior Guns will find bounces. That's the day saved for now, at least. But look, Haynes is flying through on the B side of the map. His teammate just behind him. They have map control on this side. And they do have B hill control too.
Looking solid from Maradona. He's just going to back on down out of that fight. Doesn't need to get too involved. And, well, he will get a out. Just a little bit overzealous from him in the top spot. Marco now not necessarily in the best position either. He will also fall. Hidwick back up. That should be B over towards 3 times Rowdy. C in their sights as well. I'm just going to quite happily sit on B here. The control's going to be there. Bounces and code up. What's the route back into the round?
Everyone is up. One player in God spot just underneath bounces, and they're fully aware of that. Question is, how are they going to break down this setup that 3x Rowdy have going on? They have overlook control. I wonder actually if it's the play is home street for these guys. Fort Maradona. They've certainly made it happen in the past. Look at this. Bounces perhaps setting up the flash on the God spot. Not going to go ahead with it. Time is ticking. We'll have to move soon. Not many weapons to work with, of course. A retro for Crisis might help a little bit. An ideal location. And here we go. The play through the center. Chidwick will find Bounces. A down comes through. Make that a second, actually, for Pains. Taking down Pains, rather. Bounces does answer back. Vision. Big 1B for him now. Not going to find it. Bounces holds on. B-Hill captured, but the plays are starting to be made from 3x Rowdy. Zenji leading the way on the C-Hill. And Crisis and Pains off respawn. Looking for the kills, and Warrior Guns will fall. Can Zenji clutch up now? No, he cannot.
Ooh. Couldn't quite get that. Pains ready to back on down. Swarm win condition is there. Chidwick is going to decap B, though. That should be coming through here. Good Lancer fire, though, is also here from Maradona. The kill's not falling their way. They really did need to. Pains is there to clean up too. Will be able to help Marco up. Helps him inside. Now they can get a hold of it as soon as they can. The fight won over towards E. The domination taken in 3, 2, and 1. And my goodness. Took a big hold from Maradona in that last few seconds to get that one done. Big kills from Pains over towards B. Ultimately gets them over the line. 2-1.
Yeah, what a round that was. Close one once again between these two teams. It really is neck and neck at times. And it takes a monumental effort from either team to really push the final hurdle or jump over the final hurdle, in Pains' case for sure. They're flying oftentimes on Maradona to try and get that last triple cap in. It shows how great of a game we have on stream today. And this is a scoreline that no one would have predicted, Chris, I'm sure, right? Going into this game, you think, all right, Maradona quarterfinal or 2-0 is not unheard of, especially if they're not against, you know, the two top teams in HPJC or Apolo 24. No, Maradona not having the greatest of days so far, it seems like. Against this 3x Rowdy squad. Bounces will return a kill back. Warrior Guns will find his kill upon overlook onto Crisis. Now 3x Rowdy rotating, actually. What can they do with this?
Yeah, it just seems to be locking down B. The option for them. Setting themselves up in a good spot for a push to come through from Maradona. Well, Maradona do choose to make the move over towards C. Zenji is there to help out. One of those, isn't it? You want those initials, you get a hold of B. If your Lancers are in a good spot, you can find a couple of picks. You're in a good spot to hold what you managed to get a hold of, which is C and B here for 3 times Rowdy. This would be to tie things up. 64-second win condition here also. Time is ticking for Maradona. We've got to do something shortly. Push over towards C. Looks like it's coming through.
Good shots from Zenji. Meanwhile, Maradona pushing in on the B side as well to spread the battle across the width of training grounds. Vision's holding on, finds one. Crisis does revive and still battling for those last shots. Just about. Will Vision deliver that final blow? Keeping the B hill in the control of 3x Rowdy, but they've lost the home hill in the process. Now they have to try and rip that back with Zenji on the flank here. What can they do about it?
Coming through. Oh, bounces. He's done very well. We'll clean up on a Chidwick as well, but we'll also lose his head to Zenji. 3 times Rowdy. We're in a really good spot, but Maradona seemed to have just turned it all on its head here. Crisis can't get Warrior Guns out, and Warrior Guns will deal with him. He going over towards 3 times Rowdy, but isn't going to be enough. Swabbing condition stays. 50 seconds or so. Where are Maradona going to rotate to here, though? A couple of players stuck between a rock and a hard place. All 4 members of 3 times Rowdy coming back to get a hold of C. You know, they're not too far away here. Should be able to get a hold of it. The kill's coming on through as well, but Pains has lingered a little bit longer than he should have maybe been able to. B, though, is going to go over. Crisis will get a hold of this one. That is still a Maradona win condition, but a lot of them coming off the respawn here, Toby. They're going to have to be quick. Well, Crisis is going to have to clutch up. He needs to find at least 1 kill here. There's one under Vision as well. Can't quite get the cover in time. Vision not going to survive, though. Marco is there to find the Lancer shots in. Zenji now inside of B. That tick is just slightly over towards Maradona. Warrior Guns, though, going to be capturing A. Nobody around here from Maradona. What's the play from them? Cog team with condition of 5. I don't think it's going to be enough time. Yeah, that should be it now. Nobody over towards C. 3 times Rowdy. 2 apiece now. Really, really good end to the round from them. Warrior Guns winning the fight and winning control. Really well played by 3 times Rowdy.
Most certainly. Team effort from these guys now. All the kills just spread out amongst themselves. No one really giving up easy deaths to Maradona. A very easy thing to do when you have the likes of Pain just throwing themselves at you. But keeping their lives, rotating as a team, working super well together, given the minimal practice they've had as a roster, as a pickup team here. And they've rotated their way to a 2-2 at half-time. Very impressive. And now, with the E-Hill being on that U fight, utility will start building up. As you can see, the incense are picked up. This fight is about to get extremely violent. It's going to be very important for both teams.
Prices are going up. This is their bread and butter. Can they actually manage to find these kills? They do find 2 to kick things off. Warrior Gun's going to be chased down as well and will be gunned down in the end. D now is going to be what they're setting their sights on. Vision doing his best to try and defend here. Can't quite get it done. Really, really well played by Maradona. That aggressive front coming on through here once again. We're going to be flashed out of this. The domination ticking. And I tell you what, I don't think there's anybody close enough. They're not. Nowhere near. There you go, Maradona. Lock in another round. 3-2 now.
Absolutely swarmed there on their home hill. Barely crawling up to the top of their staircase. Was Zenji in the end. My goodness me, what a round from Maradona. A fantastic start to that second half. Also Incend kill as well. It was more of a tactical Incend placement right behind the front line on that U fight. Player just walking straight into it. And of course the retros going down either side for both teams. Nothing special going on. No drop shots placed, as I said. Earlier, we haven't seen a markser or anything try and block out a weapon placement location. But I do wonder if we'll see a drop shot mid at some point or up top from either of these teams.
Let's see. Oh, it's a good Incend going to come over. It is traded out, but that's actually 2 kills coming in there for Chidwick. He's going to fall. Maradona able to fight back with the Nashes, but not quite fight back quick enough. Maradona 3-2 up, but they have lost E. Now have to fight back out from their spawn side now. It's not the best position to be in, but I think you're very right. It wouldn't be any surprise to see. I would presume Maradona will be the ones to drop it down. 3 times Rowdy do get the fight this time round. The Lancer Fire from Vision is good. He's really going to butter up these players from Maradona on their way in. Well played by Vision. He will be dropped by Marco, though. Which way is this fight ultimately going to end up? Zenji finds 1, will be traded out by Crisis. Can Crisis find a second? Finds the shots, but they're not quite good enough. Domination ticking as the fight is won over on the other side of the map. 3 times Rowdy. 3 rounds for them. 3 apiece. It's been such a close game, Toby. Very, very evenly matched. 3 times Rowdy really stepping up to the plate here.
It's been a great watch, honestly. This has been incredible to see. For our first match of the day in week number 7 of the EGL split number 2. This has been 3 incredible maps in a row. And just now, even in the last 2 rounds, both teams have gone back and forth straight off an initial pretty much. Winning on either side into a triple cap. 3x already had to pause for a moment, of course, at the E-Hill, but very quickly we're on the successive team fight. And I've just put on an absolute clinic here on how to perform as a pickup in your first week together. Incens again playing a huge role in this fight.
Can I find anything for it? Not quite going to work out this time round for Maradona once again. Chidwick is going to find a kill onto his own teammate, but ultimately he is still going to go into the hands of 3x Rowdy. This initial has been fully in their favor every single time.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I think they were thinking about overextending their 3x Rowdy, but no, Chidwick turns back around. Bounces will be taken down finally in the overlook. Look at Pains overextending immediately over to the enemy's home hill. Like he's almost teleported there straight out of spawn. He will choose to come back though. Marco to his right. Oregon throws that shock out. Pains doesn't want to wait though. He throws himself in there. Both players rolling. Pains will find Warrior Guns. Quick revive from Marco as he gets through. That Lancer will hold strong though. Chidwick will find one. Marco, in fact, down just about as he tries to run out. The counter-offensive now being thrown in from the COG side here on the home street.
Maradona looking to try and find themselves a route back into this one, but it's really not been easy. Crisis really has to defend here. Finds one. Oh, now he gets the shots in the vision. Not quite going to be there. Just a matter of small instances away for them. 3x Rowdy, though. Looking the more likely here, as E is locked in by them again. Fight over towards the home hills, though. That's where this one feels like it is heading towards now, as 3x Rowdy really having the better of things over towards E. Pains, though, trying to take things into his own hands. Zenji just backing on down. Doesn't need to take this fight unnecessarily. Pains getting aggressive. Zenji very weak. Waiting for the rest of the team to come through and help him out. Push up the stairs now, comes through. Marco's going to take a lot of bullets as Pains now pushes on through as well. Not going to be there to pick up Marco, and shot's going to go in. Well defended by Zenji here. He's going to have to back down.
Good shots from Zenji so far. Can he get the final blow though on Pains? No, he's going to choose to wait for his teammate instead. Well played indeed. Only striking in the end there when he knew he could get the one shot off. Finding Pains. Well played from him. Vision, meanwhile, on the other end of training grounds is going to get dropped as Bounces defends his home hill. And now, Maradona, when they cap this hill, will they take the win condition? No, they will not. They will need a triple cap. Now, will 3x Rowdy just turtle up on their home hill? Will they try and get the overextension to ensure this round goes their way?
Yep, has to be that. 3x Rowdy, you sit tight if you can. Zenji is in the worst spot possible. I love that insend from him, though. Just trying to slow things down as best he can. It's only momentary, though, as he's going to drop. And oh my god, Vision just walks around the corner. They're flying at him. It's not going to matter. That is 3x Rowdy on series points. 4-3 up now. Maradona, based on the first 4 rounds of Asylum, it was just looking like they were the stronger, more dominant team. Since then, 3x Rowdy have been with them all the way. And as you said, it's a pickup squad. You really would be expecting maybe a little bit more of Maradona here.
Certainly so. Anyone, I think, would have predicted, right, when you saw this on paper, just the team names, Maradona should get a 2-0, right, with how they've been playing week in, week out. Again, seed number 2. But here we are instead. An absolutely incredible performance from 3x Rowdy. And Maradona are on the verge of getting knocked out in the quarterfinals. And we haven't seen that in forever. They've always reached a semi-final, right, Chris? And
yep,
this is the verge of a huge upset potentially, bar a huge effort from Maradona. Unfortunately for them, though, 3 players down immediately. Bounces is going to win his 1v up top, but the overextension already coming in from 3x Rowdy nonetheless.
Here it comes. 3x Rowdy. I tell you what, the domination's ticking. Was over just towards D.
Chidwick is trying to run underneath. Pains will find him, though. Triple cap, of course, ended, but lost a player in the process. Vision will find Bounces, though, trading out for the overlook. Zenji trying to hold his ground, standing above Pains. And Pains is chasing for Zenji right now.
Would he be doing anything else?
Absolutely not. This is Pains for sure. Zenji doing such a great job at surviving 1v2 in the home street again, just as we saw on Asylum. Look at this, just running as well to safety, over, rather rotating over to the E-Hill to ensure he does not fall. Warrior Guns, of course, can pick up the mantle here on the home street as he comes off spawn. Delicate task, though. There we go. Chidwick is there. They have reinforcements. 2v2 now. Marco will fall. Pains, I think, has actually rotated over to the east side. No, he's still lurking. He finds Warrior Guns still. Still on the home street, very much so.
How on earth? It's 1-1 conditions still here at 70 seconds. Chidwick trying to get control. Oh. Payne says no once again. F now over towards Maradona. They need this man to really pull his finger out to help his team even just get to a final round here against 3 times Rowdy. Warrior Guns is going to come in from behind, but is the damage already done across the map? Maradona have D, they have E as well. Is that going to be enough to maybe send us to a round number 9 once again?
Huge round. Zenji, good shots from the right-hand side onto Marco. Gets the down just as he tries to escape. Bounces lurking on the U side as well. Points are relatively similar, and Bounces are trying to clutch up. No, says Warrior Guns, shutting him down. Chidwick is going to get caught up. Just out of spawn. Does Payne's come to find him.
Overextension towards the home hills has come through for Maradona. Vision trying to shut that down though. Havoc gonna have to back on down. He's got Crisis very weak, so he can potentially win this fight. Doesn't want to be lowered in too closely though, and F will go back over towards them. 3 times Rowdy. Will that 2-cap be enough? It will. Pure Maradona. You need to get a hold of something.
Hills are changing.
Oh, that's changing hands a lot here. E now going to go over towards Maradona. Is that 3 times Rowdy enough for this one? Yes, it is. DNF in their favor. Just a home hill hold here to win the series out, or can Maradona force a round number 9? Crisis and Co have to go. They have to go somewhere. They're choosing D. And that's a really good shock to just slow them down. Vision's going to find the kill under Crisis. Surely not going to turn around on the Pains. Not quite. Pretty much even on the scoreboard here. Maradona need to lock in D very quickly. Warrior Guns is going to drop little bounces and Co are making the movements around as well. It's Swarm Win condition. They're going to do it by 2. Oh, we had round number 9. What a game this has been.
That was so close. That was so... I thought when the shot grenade went down, that surely was it, but no. Maradona find a way through to break it in time and also hold out on the east side too. My goodness me. That couldn't have been closer. What an incredible quarterfinal we have had. And of course, it will settle itself with a round number 9. Marks are placed down again on the U. We saw it eventually, Chris, even if it did last into the round number 9. It took till then. Here we go. Round number 9. It all comes down to this. Can the upset come on through, or can Maradona clutch up once again in this final round?
Can they get it done over towards EU? Oh my god, that is a hellish insend out of absolutely nowhere. Maradona just keep coming up clutch when they need to, and now they're in a good spot to try and close this round out early. It's a good overextension coming in from Zenji, and he's probably going to save his team by doing that. Payne's now going to be flashed up. Zenji fancies it, but will just back on down, gets a hold of D, and that's a little bit of support now. What an insend that was. I think it was Crisis who sent that one deep. Give Maradona the best start to the round possible, but they haven't really found a great deal for it.
They haven't. 3x Rowdy have done an incredible job in the home street. Not only surviving, but also getting 2 caps. That could have easily led into a triple cap there, that one insend off the rip. But no, the composure is there. They're still holding down this spawn side. The marks are being used by Paynes there. Vision revive, taken down promptly. Now Zenji stuck in a corner as well. Paynes is lurking. Can Zenji find it? Bouncing back, left, right, center. Paynes will find it. Warrior Guns will fall as well, and the E-Hill changing hands nonetheless. 3x Rowdy, they have the score lead for just a moment perhaps, but they have to be careful here. Can't get taken down. You cannot get triple capped.
Oh, the danger is there. He is free at this moment in time, but 3 times Rowdy did have a body over there. The domination ticking in 2 and 1. Oh, not like this. 3 times Rowdy. It is going to be Maradona to take it away. 2 rounds in a row towards the end in 8 and 9. That is hard to bear for you 3 times Rowdy. It was 5-4 to Maradona in the first map. A very close one on District that 3 times Rowdy took, but then 5-4 again on Training Grounds. What a game between these 2 teams. Maradona, if you look at the slaying, so much higher on the Maradona side, but 3 times Rowdy, unfortunately, just can't get it done. They played a fantastic game, it has to be said, Toby, but that's going to be a hard one to bear.
Absolutely, and a lovely gesture from Crisis there in the game chat saying respect guys for how well they played. That was incredible. They're a pickup team. They were all doing an incredible job. The kills were spread out. What an experience that was to watch and cast over that one. Round number 9 in training grounds for against a team that has been that consistent week in, week out. Incredible. You have to hold yourselves high. And I know it's going to be really painful, perhaps losing the 2 round number 9s for this COG team for 3x rarity. But honestly, there is nothing but positivity. I would try and to lean into after what was an incredible day for them. Amazing stuff.
Yeah. I think you're probably not going to have a teammate next week, Toby,
No,
unfortunately. Let's have a look at the
over for me.
bracket to see how things
Yeah.
broken down on the other side of things. Of course, Apollo 24 winning their game. Snailboy and Slugman beating Savage Camping on the other side of things. Hello.
Ooh.
That's an interesting one. They set themselves up for a date with Apollo 24 in the semi-final. The other side of things, though, it is, of course, going to be HPJC against Maradona as Maradona advance on through. That should be a cracking game, but interested to see which one we actually go with on this one. It should be an interesting one nonetheless. But 2 good semi-finals lined up here, Toby, and we will have one of those very, very shortly. We've got them lined up, ready to go. We should be back soon. We'll see you for the semi-final after this. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the EGL Open Series week number 7. We're into the semi-finals after a cracking start in the quarters between 3 times Rowdy and Maradona. We now head in towards the semi-finals, and we'll be watching Team 24, Black Hawk Down, Apollo 24, whatever you want to call them, the boys who are winning all the time, taking on Snail and Slugman. It's not a game we necessarily expect to see, Toby, but we're excited for it nonetheless.
We absolutely are. Snailboy and Slugman have been having a fantastic day so far. They've finally beaten down their rival of Savage Camping. 2-1, I believe the score was in the previous quarterfinal. Again, they played each other in the quarterfinal, I think, like 3 weeks now in a row. And finally, Snailboy and Slugman have had revenge. I had a look at the rosters, actually, Chris, and I noticed that Crazed is missing this week. Instead, Notorious had taken his spot. Not sure how much of a role that might have played, but losing Craze is a knock to that team. I think he's an incredibly good player. I'm sure many would argue, former HPJC team member, of course, back in the Elevate days. But yeah, here we are. Snailboy and Slugman have clearly earned their position here in the semi-final, but they're against most certainly the best team in Europe right now in Apollo 24. First map, of course, being Asylum.
Here we go. Is this going to be maybe a little bit too far for the side of Snailboy and Slugman, or are Apollo 24 going to suffer their first loss in quite some time? Of course, to Breaker and the boys on to Asylum. And, well, Breaker and Saki have had some maybe bad memories of this one in particular against a very, very similar squad. If we remember rightly, we were just talking about it before, Toby. In the Asylum game where they were 4-0 up, and they lost it 5-4. So, can they manage to close it out this time around? I wonder. Bit of a stalemate over towards B. Marshall Cup waiting for the move to be made. Snailboy and Slugman, though, in a good position to do something about it.
Certainly so. Marsh, Rocker the Dizzy, pushing up on the right-hand side. Trying to save the day is that sniper. Zool, not going to work out, though. Power will get dropped as well. Saki will fall in the center as well as Dragons pushes through that center point, winning his 1v. Cougars winning against Breaker on the home street. It's a complete team wipe from Apollo 24 onto the Swarm side. Zool rolls in. Para gets one. Looking for a second. Can't find it. 5 seconds again on the clock. Saki will try and get through. He does. Surely that's it now. All the players are stacked up. Meat shield the body block for a moment. This round, we go to Apollo 24.
Very, very well played. Kind of round we've been coming to expect between these two, or from Apollo 24, I should say. Very much a dominant side of things from them. Good lance of fire across the board. See a lot of assists coming through for different players. Ball talk going to be placed down. I'd imagine it's going to be repeated on the side of Snailboy and Slugman. Oh, relatively similar anyway. Yeah. But we talk about this map being a game of two halves. We've seen that come to fruition in the previous series, but will it in this one though, Toby? That's the question.
That is the question. In fact, these two were scrimming last night, pretty late last night, ready for today, and a lot of the maps were going 5-4, surprisingly, to many. Of course, Apollo 24 have been dominating at times, but Breaker's team have had incredible times over the past several months in scrims. They've done really well as they've incorporated different strategies.
Yep.
I wonder if they can keep up the performance today, right? It's only 1 day difference, not even that. Less than 24 hours, so they can do well on this map as they did last night and on the different maps, then perhaps they can make it happen. But of course, Apollo 24 seem to always perform on game day. And here they are doing it again in round number 2.
Good job from them so far. Going to try and get this domination in again, and that is 2 very, very quick rounds. Not what you want to be seeing if you're a Snailboy and Slugman fan. Apollo 24, though, looking as dominant as ever. Maybe wanting to book themselves a spot in that grand final once again. And it's a good start to doing that.
Most certainly so. And of course, some more information. Para is new to the team of Snailboy and Slugman. He's been scrimming with these guys all week. An incredibly difficult opponent to try and shotgun, I will say. I've had plenty of 1vs against him this week. I think he's got the better of me a number of times. He's a very, very good player, an up-and-comer. It's great to see him on this new roster. I think Breaker and Saki really benefit from Slayers like Sasul and Para. Let's see if they can help, though, in this all-important drop shot fight up top.
So that surprise is getting the better of you, Toby. to be honest. But there we go. The drop shot now in. I'm just here to have digs at you. Mate, look, I used to play COD once upon a time. That was what
Back
you know.
in
That's how I moved into casting. But I moved into casting for a reason, bro. I mean, you know. Well, you know, Matt is like he's pointing out like I had a bad LAN event at COD. It did happen, and that was sort of the beginning of the end.
Ah,
and that was that.
And you found your niche, if you will.
I mean, I'm a lot better caster than I am player. Put it that way, and that's it. That says a lot. Moving into this one though, you know, it's Toby, you're a good caster, mate. You don't need to be a good player as well.
I like playing as well, though. That's the issue.
Well, I'll tell you what, pack it in, and we'll bring. You know what? You and Fru can stop. You know what? I'll pack it in as well, right? Me, you, Fru, Elliot, round 1 next week. See how far we get.
I mean, we'll wrap it up by 4 o'clock, ready for the broadcast.
Yeah, we'll be more than fine. 3-0 to Apolo 24. I'd imagine what we're seeing in front of our eyes at this moment in time will be a good representation with what would happen with us 4 in a squad. This has been very, very one-sided.
Yep, it seems like it so far. The drop shot placement up top is a very risky deal, especially just only in the 3rd round, was it? We'll start in the 3rd round when it went down. And it's first half as well, so you've basically guaranteed 2 halves from the get-go of all or nothing gameplay up top, right? Where you have the death ball to try and fight for that. And I'm not sure if it is the strategy to play against Apolo 24. Maradona, yeah, I think so. It'd be a good bet, but these guys up top are really good. Are Apolo 24. So let's see. Power has moved his way into the doorway, and they do find Marsh as well. Great job. All right, I see you, Snail Boy and Slug Man. That was nice. Certainly so. Dragons coming out of spawn. Cougar's lurking elsewhere. There he is on the enemy's home hull to try and prevent the triple cap and just divert resources a little bit for the swarm team. Question is, where is the drop shot? Zool has it. I think he's just hanging out there in front of us.
Yeah. And a passive game with it. Probably the right thing to do.
Oh, there he is, rather. There he is. There it
goes. Good drop shot coming through from Zool. Martian strikers don't want to fall. And is this the first time we're going to see Snail Boy and Slugman get on the board by the looks of things here, Toby?
Yeah. Yeah, the drop shot strategy has actually paid off, it seems, just as we were potentially criticizing it there. He's still got 1 more to play with, and the active reload ready to go. Dragons lurking in the middle, though. He might be the best player at this job. Running through the center. His Dragons. Oh, Zool has to be careful. He's on left hand as well. He's not going to hit his shot there. Dragon's not going to hit anything, though. He chooses to come back instead. Dragons bounces wide. That's the drop shot lost. 1 on the back. It's such a risky play, risky decision to stay engaged in a 1v1 when you have a drop shot on your back. You have to question whether that was the right decision there. Power up on our screen. Cougars will drop him down. Triple cap blinking. Zool coming in for the break. Off respawn. But it will not occur. 4-0 for Apolo 24.
Yeah, looking pretty good so far from them. The good breaks in the first 3 rounds is what got them going, but a bit of an elongated one in that one, and still coming out on top. Kills are a little bit sparse on the side of Snail Boy and Slugman right now. Asylum, very much a struggle for them so far, but we hadn't that second half, and we know how different it can be. Snail Boy and Slugman now, their opportunity to try and get back into this game. Shock's now down for that fight up towards entrance. And I wonder which way this one will go. Dragon's Coda would probably like to close this in 5.
Yeah, it would be a really good motivator and help to momentum going into the grand final. What will probably be a team in the HPJC roster. Sitting Marsh this time has thrown himself into the doorway, immediately firing that drop shot on Azul. No issue, no concern as to anyone pushing him there through a shot grenade. Power with the back A. Breaker cleaning up Dragons. That's great from them. Getting out alive as well. That's Marsh taken down. Drop shot out of the game. Quick revive from Breaker. Cougars does get one back, though, on Para as they gain right hand. Using that Boltok plus meat shield. Saki is here on the reinforcements. This is good from them. They do need to hit their shots, though. They need to find Cougar somehow, some way. Zul will get dropped as he tries to escape. Breaker trying to hold his ground. Still holding on for dear life, but will get dropped eventually. And that Secret Man's not going to pay off for Power either. 4 down. Saki just coming off respawn. And this is looking like a 5-0 now.
Yep. For all that, we had a very, very close game in the quarterfinals of our first game of the day. This one could not have been any different. Apollo 24, 5 in a row. We'll seal out Asylum in very, very quick fashion. That is a fantastic start to the series from them. And they were looking to head into that grand final very, very shortly by the looks of things. Foundation coming up next. And we know how good they are on that map as well, Toby. This could be a short game.
It could be. It could be only 12 kills in total for that swarm side of Snail and Slug across that entire map there. And the drop shot placement, it worked one round, but that was kind of it, right? It didn't really help other than that. They didn't, I guess, allow themselves to see if they could do more in that first half. They just went instantly into the drop shot placement and see if they can win up top. Hadn't paid off, of course, and we go into the second half. Things continue like that because nothing will change. Yeah, I mean, strong as ever, right? So far, of what we've seen on broadcast today for Apollo 24, the team name changes often, weeks, but the consistency, the performance of this team just continues to maintain at such a high level. And you really have to ask, what can you do? What can you do to beat these guys? 5-0 when they were just scrimming last night, getting 5-4 maps between these two teams. Really, it comes down to this composure that they have. And I think when I think about why that might be, over time, they've had this battle against Elevate in the Pro League, doing so well on league days and then, worse at majors. But I think it's just that continual grinding of the axe, really, that they've been able to build this composure on game day and really show up each of these individuals and perform after what was an incredible major, of course, previously winning out.
I think you can only put so much stock in a scrim at times, I would say. I think, it's hard to really differentiate between the two and sort of say what is the difference. But practice is practice at the end of the day. Maybe they've seen something that they sort of thought on Asylum that was a weak point for that Snail and Slugman team, and maybe that's where they exploited it. Maybe it wasn't full steam ahead for the boys on Apollo 24 and their scrims. It's one of those things with how seriously do you take your scrims? What do you use them for? If you're the best team in the game, you're using them to try and find weaknesses in other teams potentially, because you're not necessarily struggling at any point. But here we go into map number 2. I do believe we're loading into Foundation. I think this is over relatively quickly. I think we're heading into a grand final pretty sharpish, to be honest with you, with the way that first map went. Foundation, knowing that that's a very, very good pick for the side of Apollo 24. I'd imagine this one is done within the next 20 minutes or so as we head over towards Foundation, map number 2 between Apollo 24 and Snailboy and Slugman. Anybody in the chat thinks this is going another way, give me a good reason as to why.
Yeah, I can't provide you that myself, Chris. I know that for sure. I'm not sure about chat, but honestly, this is Apollo 24's map as well. We know how good they are on Foundation. We've seen it a number of times now. They had an incredibly good game against HPJC previously, doing very well against them. And this is their map pick. They picked this map. Asylum was Snailboy and Slugman's pick. And with that said, due to that 5-0 on Asylum, you really have to question what can the COG side do here. Apollo 24 on fire.
It is a difficult one, isn't it? But I suppose, if this is their pick, then maybe they feel a little bit more confident on it. But we've seen good performances from this Apollo 24 side on this map. I don't think I've seen them lose it, as far as I'm aware.
This is their favorite map, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Apollo 24. And it typically is their pick each time, so I think, yeah, this is just set up for another stomping, perhaps, from Apollo 24 here. Marsh overextended to the A hill. B hill, though, does have a lot of COG players hanging around there. Saki will find strikers. Will they continue to try to play for a triple cap here? I wonder. Saki will clean up his kills. He just bled out in the end. I was wondering, where did his shot go? There's just a corpse there. There we go. Para picks up a kill on his home hill. Marsh, last one alive. Big 1v for Zool. Right hand. Marsh holding the left hand. Marsh, excellent play from him. Left hand back A, then shot over the top. And now he's stunned. Breaker is lurking just behind him. He will try and get out. Him and Para seemingly running for a collision course. For a collision in the middle, but Marsh will hold out in this pocket.
Marsh staying alive, and what can the rest of his team do to try and solidify this round? Para will very much deal with an easy enough kill. His Dragon's rolling towards him. Necessarily going to work out in Dragon's favor. That one, Breaker trying to push forward, and Marsh will once again deal with this very, very easily. Cougars is here to help now as Zool continues to push. Snail Boy and Slugman, but the win condition is there for them. So maybe something could be on the cards here. Marsh now down. Still, the push over towards A coming in from Snail Boy and Slugman. Cougars is back down to try and maybe just detract some of this attention away from the sights right now. Is Apolo 24 really chasing their tails throughout the rest of the round. Snail Boy and Slugman in a good spot to take their first round of the series here on map number 2.
Out they are. Done the hard work now. Just need to stay alive. Wow, what a backhand. Back A, rather, from Dragons there. Barely saw it come out of his gun. Catching out Breaker. Zool, getting cross from the center. Needs to get back to cover. And will do just that. Para helping him out. Flash is out, though, and Marsh is running for those kills. Lancer fire from Dragons will open things up. Marsh will find him and continue will the push from these guys. Just pausing for a second. Cougars does fight his way through, though, finding Para. Perfect flashbang on the Breaker and Saki. This is troublesome for the COG side now. They're just going off for Apolo 24, getting kills all across the board. Zool will fall, and just like that, Apolo 24 ripped the round away from Snail Boy and Slugman.
Oh dear, that's a tough one. Snail Boy and Slugman were pretty much in control for the majority of that round, and all of a sudden, a few kills come through. Apolo 24 walk it. It's a very, very tough one to bear for Snail Boy and Slugman. That's maybe one to get under your belts, get the momentum back going in your favor, and then wallop. Apolo 24 just find a few kills and turn the round on its head immediately.
Yeah, very unfortunate for those guys. They done so well to hold out, and Marsh was dancing around on the home hill at one point, lurking in the pocket. Home hills were being contested, and they still held out and built a nice score lead in the end, but despite all the hard work, clutch factor comes in. Very unfortunate indeed. Cougars trying to get through that smoke screen there. Zool has taken up right hand on that pillar. Imagine these guys know where he is. Yep, there we go. Try and get through. Zool still holding right hand. Will he get it down? No, he will not. Cougars will fight through. Breaky gets one back, but the kills are traded back and forth. Dragons, the last one alive in the middle. Push will continue for sure. Para will fall. Saki will get taken down, and just like that, Apolo 24 sweep foundation once more.
Sees in their sights as we head over towards the tree. Snail Boy and Slugman, though, coming up off respawn. It's always a hard push when there's a few members of Apolo 24 here. Nobody overextending over towards B, so it's going to be a fight over towards the tree side. We can see, I mean, everybody is here at this point. Let's see how this one goes down. Breaker in a good spot to try and defend. Cougars come around with the fold talk. He's just going to butter them up on their way in. But I tell you what, those kills are going over towards Snail Boy and Slugman. They managed to sit tight, find their way out. Breaker does drop to Saki, but nonetheless, enough is being done. Cougars going to have to back on down and try and defend B as best he can on his own. He is hitting shots with this ball talk for the first time in this little exchange anyway. Now in a tough little spot is B, looking like it's going to go over towards Snail Boy and Slugman.
Yep, seems like it. If they can keep up this pressure. I know, Strikers pushing through the middle. Strikers versus Saki on this box. No one really helping each other out. It's the classic 1v. One Nasher location. And Strikers the victor. Pushing right hand will benefit him there. Now Zool on his own on T. Para, I believe, has tried to escape. Zool has been taken down on the home street. He loses out there. Marsh again. Pressuring onto the hill. Para the last one to try and save the day, and he does. And his teammate to his right will help him in the form of Breaker.
Yeah, well played. themselves in it here, Snailboy and Slugman, but I think after that big push comes in, Snailboy and Slugman are getting no points on the board for quite some time. And this deficit just becomes a little bit difficult to come back from. You're Apollo 24 here, you know you can sit tight on one for quite some time here. Para now going to start making the move over, but you can imagine Apollo 24 are going to cover all their bases. They're in such a good spot to win this round. This one is done. 2-0. Looking good for Apollo 24 here. They want to date in that grand finals once again.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're looking like themselves, Chris. I mean, what is there to say? Apollo 24, individually, they're flying at every 1v that's presented.
Yep.
Whether that's in the middle, whether that's in the Pistons. Marsh is winning his home streak constantly. Whenever we switch to his camera, he just seems to be on the enemy's home hill, capping it up with no enemies around. And meanwhile, Snailboy and Slugman, they're trying different things. They're trying to position themselves up on the mid box. They typically like to do that. That's not going to work out. Oftentimes, it doesn't. Dragon's able to clean up there. Trying everything at this point, and at this point in time, I wouldn't be surprised if we see yet again another drop shot or something go down somewhere to change up the initial significantly to see if that can work out.
Needs to be changed up somewhere for Apollo 20, for Snailboy and Slugman, I should say. Apollo 24 more than happy to probably force the fights, but things have been working out in their favor nonetheless. Zool will find the first kill on the Dragons, and Cougars will just about get away. Breaker and Core now. We're going to try and solidify this kill, and will. Yeah, Cougars was dead for a while, it feels there, but a much better start. Snailboy and Slugman will get a hold of B, keep a hold of A, of course. A lot of map pressure coming in. We can see them making the push over towards C. Breaker will find one before he does go down. Teammates trying to help him out, but that damage is already done, and now it's about trying to defend over towards A. And Apollo 24 see the gap, trying to fill it.
Strikers banging on the door of the spawn once more. Marsh is there with a retro in hand on right hand. Zaki and Power, though, they're picking up kills elsewhere to prevent any triple caps potentially occurring here. Hill being returned. They might get angled in the back in a second. I think Strikers is. He's able to backhand, or back Azul, excuse me. Breaker will get a kill back on Marsh, though. Strikers' day is numbered. Good shots. Yes, they are. He will get taken down. Hill traded back, so there's no triple cap going the other way. That's for sure. A points lead again, Chris, for the COG side. The question is, can they actually maintain it, though, into the second half of this round?
And Breaker gonna have to make his way over there now, but Cougars and Co. managing to find the kills in the middle. Snailboy and Slugman with a decent enough start, but once again, Apollo 24. Switch has been flicked. It's going to be about this fighter towards B, though. He is gone on the side of Apollo 24. Snailboy and Slugman, you need to find something here. They need to try to get rid of Marsh. How is he surviving? Strikers and Co are now here to try and help out. Marsh is down on the floor. Marsh is dead. Now, should be able to lock B in, but Snailboy and Slugman haven't been picking up points for about 15 seconds or so now. Still haven't locked anything else in. Apollo 24 just quite happily and freely picking up points, while Snailboy and Slugman have nothing to prove, and well, nothing to prove, nothing to gain. Really well played by Apollo 24 to keep them off it. In the end, it looks like Zool should be able to get a hold of something here. A is going to be not quite locked in. He goes out too early. B fight is ended, but Apollo 24 have left that one as well, but still. 136 has been the score for Snailboy and Slugman for quite some time now. Not an ideal situation at all.
"15 seconds, B-Hill being capped back up, but it really doesn't mean much when Apollo 24 are about to win by points. Blind file answer from Zool. That's their A-Hill bought. Roll back, that's time bought.
C's on the cards, yeah.
It is. It is. Honestly, there's no one there. Breaker's been able to break that. Domination.
Yeah, domination ticking in, but Dragons is here towards B. Very important kill came through. C hasn't been captured either. Look at the overextension. Marsh just waited in and around mid-map towards Statue. He will now grab A as well. Apollo 24 will end the round, and that will be 3-0. Very well played, but I tell you what, Snailboy and Slugman, a couple of kills away from a domination there.
They were. It's just... It feels like it's an age away when you have Apollo 24 overextending elsewhere. You just can't bank against them oftentimes on losing a fight to clutch the round. They look so comfortable on the B hill there at the end that it almost looks surefire way of Apolo 24 saving the day. Incense as well on home street. I wonder if that will incentivize Marsh to get it even more aggressive, or will it slow him down? Or Cougars get a bit more aggressive, rather? I wonder.
Making its way over towards Apolo 24. Aggressive down this side. A lot of bodies invested to get a hold of this time around. They do so. Para will find a kill on the Dragon Zone. Maybe that will open something up for Snail Boy and Slugman. Can they get anything done here to try and turn the tide of this one? Fortunately, Toby, at this moment in time, it doesn't feel like they're even going to get around.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Great lances from Zul and Saki there, but Apolo 24, good shots back. They're not giving anything away. They've gone wide. Saki revive chaining. Zul somehow still alive. They've been able to get strikers down. As a result, they do survive that onslaught from these two. Marsh will get dropped. Great lancering from Saki there, just above, waiting for him to stand back up. And now, will the pressure be applied towards this A-hill for a triple? The Lancers are in the back. The players need to push up on the street too.
Saki and Co not in a bad spot here. Breaker going to go down though, and a lot of bodies invested from Apolo 24 over towards C. And it's one of those things on this map, they can just sort of dictate it, can't they? And if you're not covering every single move that Apolo 24 can make, well, as I said, they'll see the gap and they'll look to fill it with their own bodies, and they'll look to try and find themselves a little route in. Marsh is going to get dropped and then picked up as well as Saki's going to come around. Cougars will do very, very well to get out of this one and will drop down. What's the move here for Snail Boy and Slugman now? Which way are they going to choose to go? It looks as if C is what's on the cards, closest to their spawn side. Makes a lot of sense. Apolo 24, though, with the lead.
Dragons is lurking. I'm not sure if Zul was aware of that, but here we go. Great back eight from Zul. There comes the flashbang in. Great shot. Dragons to keep Zul at bay, though. And he's still hunting him down. Zul holds his nerve. Holds his shot. Left hand back A. Cougars are still here. Cougars comes straight flying into the fire. He'll get taken down. So will his teammate that appears out of nowhere. Strikers will drop. And that's 3 players dead now for Apolo 24. And with their points advantage, you'd expect Snail Boy and Slugman now to try and fly and prepare themselves for a potential triple cap offensive.
I'm gonna make the move.
Is he on his own, though? Does it matter? Zul finds one. He will drop. His teammate is just behind, but they need to contain Marsh. They can't let him stay up for too long. Here we go. Breaker on the flank. Para and Saki have been pushing over towards the A-hill too. Breaker needs a kill. He needs to shoot someone out, and he does. He does find the kill necessary as quick as he can. Points are changing.
Look at C.
This. C is changing out. 15 seconds on the clock for Swarm. If C is capped. Domination now. Can Marsh save the day?
Oh! Finds the kill, and that just might be enough because the rest of his team can come up and get A. They've still got the lead, even with the 2 cap in there for Snailboy and Slugman, but they need to find something. They're not going to find anything. The kills went back over towards Snailboy and Slugman over towards A, and their first round of the series comes in the 4th round of map number 2. They get themselves on the board.
Big round. Really, really hard fought there. Well played from Zul, of course. Starting things off in that 1v2, picking up the kill. The classic steam train, not often described. Of course, classic Gears 1 UE move is that, hold A and then shoot at the end of the roadie run when close. That's apparently a favorite move of Zul, I've learned in scrims against him. Did very well there. And now, 1 round on the board for Snailboy and Slugman going into the first round of the second half. And Saki's going to have a very difficult 1v potentially here against Strikers on the statue.
Come through from Breaker and mid-map though. Finding kills. And a second as well. Well played by Breaker. Snailboy and Slugman seemingly got a bit of life in them here. Because it has been pretty much non-existent up until this point. Apolo 24 playing a very, very good game, but Can they close it out? Snailboy and Slugman looking to get back into this. We're into the second half, as said, and things have changed up ever slightly. Para will go down. Dragon's defending his home hill and had to.
Yep. Apollo 24 survives that onslaught off the start. Question is, how are they going to break down this E setup now? You have the home street option, of course, a favorite push for this team and HPJC alike. A breaker holds his shot down on the staircase on Dragons. Great composure from him. And he gets this beautiful angle onto Marsh. Flashbangs thrown in if necessary. Sarkster cleans up Marsh. Now looking for Cougars. They do find them too, and this is what Snailboy and Slugman are excellent at. And that's using your Lancers, trying to keep your distance, and ensuring your team are always near to take down players. And you need that against these players of Apollo 24. Para will just time one out. Push comes in through the home street. Azul is not going to elect to try and hold on to that. He'll back out, and they'll try and hold the 2 cap with this big points advantage that they have.
It is a big points advantage as well. Much more like it from Snailboy and Slugman. Controlling well. Zul and Co looking to back on down here, though. They can do that. 20 seconds to go. They're in a really good spot. Fight over towards E as well as ongoing as well at the same time. Apollo 24, they'll back out of that one over towards the D hill. Are going to go down towards towards E, I should say. If you are Apollo 24, you need to get going quickly here. Para's going to drop. Strikers and go have got to go. There's only one thing that's on their mind now, and that's getting a hold of this D hill. But Snailboy and Slugman, look how far back they're sitting. They're just quite happily going to Lancer down. That should be the round over towards them, and it will be. Apollo 24. I'm bleeding rounds here, Toby.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row. Are we going to see a reverse sweep potential again for the second time on this broadcast? I wonder. I'm starting to think back to Asylum that we saw earlier in match 1 on broadcast. Saki with 16 kills. The 1v1 player in the second half.
It's not often we say that about Saki either, is it really? Not necessarily that big slayer, but he's having a good game of things here. 16 kills, 13 assists, and 7 deaths to his name. Good performance.
Yeah, very good player. A low sense player as well, by the way. Loves to try and be a bit more accurate than fast.
Yeah, it's very different to the gunfights that you see like a Dragons or a Pains. You know, it's very much about placing your shots. Saki, though, quite happy to soak up a little bit of damage and try and get a hold of E. And Breaker and Co, I tell you what, they're pushing for this domination here, and this may able actually to be locked in. Dragons are just off the respawn and will be able to stop this happening, but few members dropping here as well. That's not ideal. Oh, he's wanting to put the shots in, and I think Para's just walked into the front of his shotgun. That is unfortunate, but nonetheless, Apollo 24 will escape with their life on that one. Not long gone in this round as well. Apollo 24 still in a position to do something here. Saki not waiting, taking his time with his shots. Not going to be able to find anything there as Marsh and Cope chase that one down. Zul now in a dangerous spot as well. Probably would have been dropped if it wasn't for Strikers running in front of Marsh's shot. So a little bit of sloppy play from both teams here, but Apollo 24 still in the lead in the series. But this round, more and more like Snailboy and Slugman getting themselves back into this.
Good shots. Again, the Lancers of Snailboy and Slugman are ruthless. So on point. Look at that. Shredding Strikers. Marsh will get dropped. Dragons picking up Breaker as well as they hold on. 2 players down in Pistons. A little bit of Lancer support from the F-Hill as well for Apollo. Look at this. Oh, that player is in a lot of trouble in the middle. I think that was Saki, actually. The death ball of Apollo 24 is still very much alive, and they're coming back to D-Hill.
Yep, they're making their way over. It's a big kill from Zul. He will be taken down, though. Maybe overexposed himself just a little bit. Thankfully for Snailboy and Slugman, though. It's one push coming in over towards F. They will be able to lock this one in. The play by Apollo 24. Win condition belongs to them. 50 seconds or so. Them to lock this one in. Saki and Co have to make a push out, though, and Apolo 24 very happy to set up and wait for them to come.
Question is for Snailboy and Slug, man, how do you play this? All 4 players are lined up. They have to make this one count. The last push of this round about to begin. Zul has moved down into the middle. He's going to get lit up by Cougars, though. No one is able to support him. Saki's trying to push up the top table and relieve some of that pressure. Marsh says no, though. Incend thrown back, and it's a perfect hit. Power tries to break E-Hill. He does. He will fall. And look at this. Only Breaker, the last man alive for the COG team, capping up the D-Hill. But the 2 remaining hills are capped up for Apolo. And this is yet again looking like an Apolo round, bar a miracle. Zul has broken it. 2 seconds on the clock. Apolo 24 will see it out. 4-2 now. Ending that 2-round streak for the COG side, and 1 round away from Apolo 24 locking in another grand final.
It's looking like that is bound to happen at this point. Snailboy and Slugman. You have to say some of the rounds have been close. It hasn't necessarily been as one-sided as Asylum was, but I mean, to be fair, I would have taken something. At the same time, some of these rounds have come down to Apolo 24 having to grind it out to 250. Snailboy and Slugman, though, still with an opportunity to do something here. And steal another round, put themselves in a spot. Maybe something could be on the cards, but Apolo 24. Can they get this one closed out? Dragons through the middle. So strong from him. Breaker, is he next on the chopping block as well? Dragons looking to find the shots. Ooh. And oh my goodness me. Oh, Dragons. F&E now in their possession by the looks of things will be Apolo 24 in a good spot to close this one out. Within 7 rounds here.
Absolutely crazy from Dragons there in the middle. Picking up yet again another kill on to Saki at this time over at the E-Hill. Could this be the final round of the semi-final? I wonder.
It's looking that way. Apolo 24 now locking things in like they did in the previous round. Good spots coming in from Dragons as well, just getting some information. Swan win condition. Comes up though. 70 seconds. Zul and Breaker looking to make a push out and maybe try and get something going over towards the statue side. Dragons very easily get it back on down. A little bit of damage, but nothing too crazy. Flash is about to come through as well. Dragons quite easily going to back off from this one, but now a chance for Snailboy and Slugman to try and orchestrate something. Saki's going to go down. Zul will be there for the pickup as well, but what is Cougars going to be able to do about this? Dragons just sitting and waiting for the pickup. That will never come now as Cougars will have to back on down. Strikers though. Shots with a full talk, that's causing problems, but in the end we'll clean it up with the Lancer. Now Cougars can make the push. Zul ready and waiting. Whilst all this has been going on, Snailboy and Slugman have managed to get a hold of E as well.
Good shot from Breaker that. Taking right hand back, but Dragons is there in support as well. E-Hill, just as it was captured, just about as the COG putting so much effort to find it. Apolo 24 rip it away. Just like that. Oh, look at this. Zul is lurking. There's the first kill. He gets the flank on the Strikers. He's going to get Shaulier down there. Runs out of ammo for a moment. Does find him. Is he being flanked though? No, he is not. He sets his eyes towards the F-Hill. And now could this be the 2v1 to Marsh that they need? Shot grenade blocking him off from Pistons though.
Yeah. A bad spot to try and get out, but now Cougars here to help out. But look at the kills in the bottom left corner. Which way are they going? Over towards Apolo 24. Swan win condition is still there. And that's on a 1 cap. Looking good for them as the kills start to come on through. D is now in their sights as well, but for Snailboy and Slugman, you've got basically an impossible task. You can't get across the map now. All you got to do is try and defend and hope that you can win every single gunfight and, well, become a lot quicker. But that's not going to happen. It's going to be Apolo 24 for another grand final date. 5-0, 5-2 up against Snailboy and Slugman. Very, very convincing performance from them, and they will move on into the grand final, dominating for Apolo 24.
Absolutely so. Certainly. So it looked a little bit better, did the COG side there in Asylum, and you can see from the kills that the COG team really did pick up a number of kills, right?
Yeah.
The 2 bottom slayers in that whole game were actually Marsh and Strikers, despite it seeming like they were everywhere on the map at the same time, rotating around everywhere. Marsh causing havoc on the home street in the first half, but nonetheless, it's just the teamwork and the clutch factor, right? From this side at the end. And you have to ask, how do you account for that? How do you somehow survive the onslaught that comes? I have to tip my hat though to the cogs. I do Snail Boy and Slug Man, of course, taking down their arch nemesis, Savage Camping in the quarterfinal. Unfortunately, for them though, in the semi-final, the first one I think they've had in a long time, it's against the best team in Europe, and a good performance from them. Their consistency is ridiculous. Is the side for the side of Apolo 24.
Just looking so good. We'll be taking a look at the bracket in a second as well, just to find out how things have broken down on the other side of things. HPJC are the likely ones that we will be seeing in the final, but them against Maradona is always an interesting game. That one, I'd imagine, is probably still ongoing. So we'll wait for that one to happen, but we know that Apolo 24 are the ones awaiting in that grand final. Who will it be, HPJC or Maradona? We'll find out very, very shortly. Then we'll have the grand final coming up. We'll see you shortly for that. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Open Series here. Week number 7, and this is the semi-final. We're still going between Maradona and HPJC, and we've actually found ourselves in the map number 3, and it's going to be District. And we are going to get to cast it. There we go, Toby.
There you go.
Let's see we're not dynamic here. Look at us in and out of games all the time. Let's see how this one goes down, though. I mean, Maradona actually managed to come back from 4-2 down on Harbour as well after being 1-0 down the series as well. It was looking like curtains, but came back and all of a sudden we're on District.
Yeah, I was about to say, HPJC were doing really well on Harbour there. Triple cap after triple cap, but no, here we are, back to District. And we see Pains once again doing well on the bandstand. He had a perfect warm-up earlier against the pickup squad. And Rowdy 3x, or 3x Rowdy. Now can HPJC do well on this map as they have in the past. Good to the boys back, of course, HPJC on broadcast. But this time it's not the grand final as mentioned. It's map number 3 in the semi-final if you are just joining us. And it's 1-1. Maradona with an awesome comeback just on Harbour, map number 2.
Really good comeback, but can they manage to close it out here? Looks like a good start to the map. Oh, Fancy doing that to Crisis.
Welcome to the meta.
Oh, God, I can only imagine he's talking any amounts of shit right now as well.
Yeah, they do like to get rowdy in the comms, do HPJC. They have a good time. They do have a good time in there. But yeah, that's the shot hold meta, if you were wondering whether there is one or not. Well played from Phelpsy. Perfect job from him. And just so composed. Just straight like a hawk onto his opponent there.
Straight like a hawk.
Yeah, straight down like a hawk. Straight. Yeah, that works.
Does it?
Yeah, I think so.
Straight down like a hawk. Oh, straight down, okay.
Straight down. Yeah, we have to put down in there, I guess, and then then it will work.
All right.
Because they don't go zigzag, do they, when they're bombing it?
Yeah, I mean, no.
They're not strafing in the air; they're just going down.
I didn't know you were an aviation expert. Is that the right word? Is aviation?
Not... I don't think so. I think that's.
What is it again? It's a specific term.
There is, but it's not planes and aviation.
No, that is planes. Yeah.
Falconry?
Anyway, it's not falconry. I know it has a specific term, I swear to God. Anyway, besides the point, HPJC looking like they're going to lock in round number 2 here. They have to force the fight. Can they get in? Yes, they can, Maradona. I'll tell you what, they're not in the worst of positions to do something about this here as Pains and Co trying to continue to push. The domination ticks once again. Jack is there, finds a second. That should be it, though. Domination in 3, 2, and 1. That one is done. 2-0. HPJC. Anybody in the chat know what it is? What is it? All right. Someone who looks after birds of prey. It's falconry.
Oh,
I'm astonished.
That's a W right there in the chat. We take those.
My goodness.
That was a wild guess. I'm happy about that. I've never given that much thought.
Secret bird watcher Toby Campbell right here.
Yeah, I just have that on my 3rd monitor right now.
Just a video
just
of
an
birds.
eagle stream or something.
Oh God, we've lost the plot already. We're not even at the grand finals yet. Anyway, here we go. Round number 3. It started off well for HPJC. Crimson's finding 2 as well. They get a hold of the long shot once again as they did in round number 2. Adrian and Co though. Good start for them. Crisis suddenly is left all alone and looking very dead, to be honest with you. The rest of the team coming up off respawn. They're not going to get there in time. Phelpsy blocking the way. That is 3-0 to HPJC.
Wow. Brilliant stuff. And this is the thing. HPJC would probably not be happy after how Harbour turned out. And tell you what, Hydro might not be happy that he's got 1 kill and 12 assists in 3 rounds. 1-to-12 ratio between his kills and assists. You don't see that often, Chris. And he's sitting at the top of the board as a result. They are putting in the teamwork, it's safe to say. And, well, there you have it. Drop shot going down at Cinema. Maradona are not happy as to how this is going. 3 triple caps in a row and a sniper to boot down bottom on the bandstand. this is going to change things up completely. You see the flashes in hand of Crimson's and Phelpsy. They're about to get in amongst it for the 4th round.
I like doing this. HPJC do not mind this fight, but neither will Maradona either. Phelpsy was dropped, but then picked up. Crimson's finds a couple all on his own. Jack now with the drop shot as well. This is just phenomenal from HPJC so far. Very, very dominant. They made the overextension there as well. Crisis with the long shot, though, is going to cause some issues, it has to be said. Everything ticking up. Domination was ticking for just a second. A has to be backed on down. Hydron should realistically be dead. Crisis playing his life here has really made things very, very difficult for the HPJC squad, but nonetheless, they continue to push, and there's a slight knock going to come in from Crisis. Jack will go down because of that. Maradona do survive in this round, but HPJC with a much stronger start.
For sure. Phelpsy, 1 drop shot remaining. That's active as well from the vantage point of the window. Oh, that would have been a lovely drop on the escape. Is he going to try it, though? Active back. I want to see it. Send a Hail Mary.
Choosing not to do so yet. Bounce is going to win a fight over towards B, and well, Phelpsy has missed his opportunity because he's dead. Pains comes in. Is easily going to find the kill on him. Unawares of what was going on there, and now Crimson's going to try and find a fight that will work in his favor. Not looking that way. Maradona, all of a sudden, are taking the domination. Is anybody here? Seems unlikely. There's Maradona. The first round on the board here in map number 3. Thankfully, they do get one, though. HPJC were really walking away with this map, and it was a good start for them. They got a hold of the drop shot, but I think the fact that Crisis stayed alive in Bandstand kind of made things a little bit more difficult for them to find the push.
Yeah, I'm surprised HPJC just crumbled very quickly. Unfortunately, we saw how Phelpsy's reign ended there, just stuck in the corner. When you're flanked like that, inside blue, when you're stuck in the corner, Pain just full reading you immediately. It doesn't matter who you are in so much trouble if you can't get to that cover for a wrap shot or an up A or something to even the damage. And just like that, he couldn't do anything. His teammates crumbled elsewhere. They fell. And Maradona just do what they did best, and they got the aggression off, and can't really do much about that. HPJC will have to really just rest on that and focus on this round now, as Maradona looks to play for the retake, it seems like. Not paying off, though. Hydron will get it down. Jackfax flies in to get the kill on Marco over the top. Jackfax isn't done yet. Great shots off on the Pains.
Says we'll be able to get him back up, though. Help out with this fight, but not for much longer. Oh, Pains finds 2 with 1 shot by the looks of things there, and just catching them off guard was very, very weak. Maradona looking good for a second round here. Pushing up as well here, Toby. They're looking towards D. Pains just playing for information. Will back on down, knows the push is coming over towards E.
I'm a little surprised, actually, that we didn't see Phelpsy just rotate the drop shot immediately to the home hill, because that could have been just a very quick double kill, actually, on Pains and Co. there. But instead, he elected to play it safe and, again, get back to the safety of his green/blue room. This time, of course, we're at green. He's still got 2 shots remaining. Getting the active ready to fire it away. And as it stands, Maradona, they do have the score lead. So Phelpsy will look to use this in some way. Oh no, Pains is lurking for round 2 push. Phelpsy tries to protect himself by throwing the drop shot out. Pains successfully baits it, of course. A little play from him.
Phelpsy looking to send the shot deep in towards Bandstand, finds it, then gets his shotgun out, finds 1 in a second as well. Oh, disgusting from Phelpsy. Gonna get a hold of E now, and the rest of the team making their way over towards F. This is all of a sudden HPJC in the ascendancy here, but everybody from Maradona coming up off respawn. HPJC, I'm curious about that drop shot maybe coming back up, although I feel as if that maybe is not going to come to fruition. Crimsons will get the long shot. They do need to push in here, though, Toby. 29 seconds for a Maradona win condition. On the bounces. Hydron finds 2 downs. This is doable. Obviously, drop shot coming in. They still got it up. I didn't even realize that this is a good chance.
Oh, Phelpsy under pressure, though. He does get 1 down. Jackfax does save him. Hydron coming around the flank. F-Hill saved, and now Cog domination will come in.
That's
surely.
good.
It is. That is it, just like that. 8 points off with Maradona from that round there, but HPJC, they hold on to their nerve. Finally, they can make the drop shot work. And thanks to some star plays from Phelpsy down bottom to save the day, his sure-footed shooting, he will find the plays necessary to get the round in.
He's only died once in 5 rounds.
And Hydrone has 1 kill and 18 assists. That's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. How is that even possible?
They're stealing all these kills, essentially.
I mean, he even just got a double down just then. And wow. All right. Well, question is, will Hydron get more than that? More than 1 kill, 18 assists. I can't believe that. And he's got more deaths than kills as well. So he does want more kills, is it safe to say? Well, he's doing his job nonetheless. His team are doing really, really well. 4-1 on this final map of the semi-final. We're Maradona. Again, they're not being aggressive. They're just leaving it. And this is just... It's not for Maradona for me, that strategy. They do all the time.
He's not really going to find much with a drop shot, considering Phelpsy goes down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they are allowing them just to get a hold of it a little bit too easily, it has to be said.
I just feel like it's Maradona's kryptonite. Every time they have a forced team fight on a lot of these maps, instead of just going in and having a fair gunfight, they often just play for a retake or play passive, and it just doesn't seem to work out, Chris. Every single week.
Sending this over, and yep, there it goes. See you later,
Shot.
Pains. Yep. It's to get rid of Pains as well, so now they can start to make this push onto Crisis. Damage going down. He's going to be very, very weak as he gets out. Long shot still available for him. Must have been causing issues, though, because they've been very cautious in their approach towards Crisis.
Ooh. Brilliant shot from Jack. I
literally turned my eyes away for a second. Oh, now they're going to find the second himself as well. Bloody missed it, too.
I was wondering, where's Chris's reaction to what I've just seen?
I literally looked at the Discord on the left-hand side for just a second and missed it. Great shots from Crisis. He's going to find another kill as well. Surely not under Crimson's on top of it as well. Not quite. As Crimson's goes down. Well played by Marco to find that one, but my goodness. Maradona now in a good spot thanks to Crisis.
Absolutely. Phelpsy's caught out, though. Out of spawn. In trouble. 1 second. Hydron will get the break. You have the time to do so, but can anyone follow up? F-Hill broken. Crimson saving the day now. Score lead still in favor of Maradona. Still encroaching onto the home hill of HPJC, but is the drop shot up? They're looking for it. Marco's standing on the spawn ready. Hovering over it. Literally, he's stunned. The drop shot is there. The revive chain will be performed if necessary, but no, not necessary at all. Marco will get out without necessary revives needed to be taking place. That 30 seconds on the clock now for the Swarm to win off 1 hill. Although I say that, Cogbeam is capturing E. Yep, they can win off 1, Chris.
Yep, they win off 1. 22 seconds now. They have hold of the drop shot as well. This really is within reach for them.
Oh, like this.
I have a lot of questions.
I have
a lot of questions. As HPJC will lock in the round and then the map, then the series. That was probably not the play.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, that's Crimson's response to Go Cry in Harbor. As they traded messages back then. But yeah, GG's. What a great game. Hydron finishes on 1 kill, 20 assists. That's a record. That was attempted. There's no way. Can I screenshot that?
Didn't want to finish any of it, essentially.
I don't know. But nonetheless, what a great game that was. I think let's talk about that last play for a second. I mean, it was unfortunate the misroll straight into the guns, but I think the issue right there was in fact that Marco didn't have an active. If he had an active, I think that would have been a double kill. Never mind just the 1 kill, right? Yeah. I think the active probably just ran out. I wasn't paying attention to whether he had it at the time, with all the chaos going on. But yeah, you need an active to do that. You need an active to make sure you get the kills with a drop shot, because it's just twice the weapon with actives in this game. It's ridiculous. It's a must, if anything. You saw Phelpsy when we were commentating over him for most of District. It seemed like he was in green or blue, constantly reloading his drop shot. And when he had the actives, then he was looking to see if there was a potential kill to be made in the middle of the map or thrown out in the window. He didn't have it there at the end, did Marco?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the roll on top into 2 players, you're going to get taken out if it's HPJC on the other end of that. He
still had a shot as well. He still had a shot. It's one of those cases, yes, okay, they are getting a hold of it very, very quickly. You could always back down and try and then find the second one as well, rather than, roll in. Maybe a little bit more effective. Maybe not the best decision-making from Marco in that scenario. But nonetheless, HPJC against Black Hawk Down, or Team 24, Apolo 24, whatever you want to call them, seems to be that grand final we get over and over again. We're going to get it once more here in Week 7. That's going to be coming up after the short break. We'll see you then. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Elite Series, week number 7. My name is Tony here. So we've got the grand final coming up here as well. I mean, look, we've seen this so many times. HPJC taking on Black Hawk Down, or Team 24, whatever you want to call them at this point. It's always been leaning towards that Black Hawk Down squad. Which way do we think this one's going then? Realistically, we are expecting over towards HPJC. Or Black Hawk Down. Words are hard, right?
I was thinking for a sec. Yeah. It's hard to bet against them now because over the weeks, right, I think, I'm not sure if Fru has actually gone against the Black Hawk Down Apollo 24 squad, but I know I have. I think you have as well, right? We've kind of leaned that way to the school of old, but instead, each time we've been proven wrong. That the consistency of this squad of Apollo 24 is just held on strong, and they've continued to be flawless, it seems like. And here we are again, whether somehow HPJC can do it. You can't vote for them at this point. Apollo 24, voting against them is just, I think you're lying at that point to yourself. The statistics don't lie, and at the end of the day, you have to go with the numbers at some point. I think now is the case. Do I want to see a map number 3 and HPJC to come through and win? Yeah, I do. I really do. But I don't think they're going to win today. I still think Apollo 24 just looking too good.
They are looking very good, aren't they? It's realistically going to be very, very difficult for this HPJC squad. Well, I think as far as the storyline goes between these two teams, I would love to see a win for HPJC just to put that little bit of doubt in Apollo 24's minds about the finals that will be coming up towards the end of the season. We're excited for those, of course, and that is really where Apollo 24 will be looking. They'll be saying, right, we want to make sure we win the big one. If HPJC can get a win over them and in these next few weeks, we know it can be done. It's been very, very close. I mean, these two have been split by a couple of rounds here and there. It has to be said. This time around, though, Apollo 24 getting the better start of things. Jack trying to make the push through. Cougars ready and waiting. That'll be round number 1 to Apollo 24.
Well played. Well played, Apollo. Super aggressive across the home street, as per always. They made it work, even leaving a player down in the process. Believing in themselves and their ability to triple cap, as always. Well played from them. And I think at this point in time, I do question whether HPJC can actually catch up this split, because there's been weeks, right, of Apollo 24 succeeding and fighting their way through and really doing so well each and every tournament they play in each week. But they've also been scrimming loads, Chris. You think when they're first Apollo 24, after previously being rated R and winning pro leagues and such, that they perhaps bring it down a little bit and not scrim too much, but they have still been playing, and I'm not sure if HPJC have been doing the same. I feel like Apollo 24 have kept this consistency. They've kept practicing. They haven't rested on their laurels, and instead they've continued to out practice HPJC as well. So I worry if they'll just continue to get better and better, and HPJC will just stagnate at some point.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it, where you say, as HPJC, are they going to put the time in to catch up? And this moment in time, the question has been raised. They are going to be able to keep up in this round, though, as A. They're going to go in their favor. It does make you wonder, though, if HPJC, I'm not going to sit there and pretend that I know their practice schedule, how much they've been practicing, but based on what you're saying, like, if they did put the same amount of time in as Apollo 24, where would this rivalry be at now? That's the question. 1-0 to Apollo 24 in this one. And at this moment in time, they are technically in the lead here on this round, but still a lot of gears of war to be played.
A lot of it, for sure. And now it's been an interesting affair, of course, between these two teams on this particular map. We've seen drop shots placed down in the center a number of times. The second half can really go either way, it seems. Overall, Apollo 24 definitely have the advantage, at least in this split. Now, Phelpsy and Jackfax caught out on this fence here. They need to really change up the position in just a second, because they're getting swarmed on their home hill. They need to fly. They have the numbers here. Cougars has found Hydrone elsewhere. Crimson's pushed wide, finding Marsh. No lives lost thus far. Oh no, Striker's got the down just about. Crimson's will save though. Only Cougars left alive. The push will continue on the B side of the map, but They will break down the C hill, but they need to get some map control back now. Cougars is lurking.
Looking around and in a good spot to do something now. Swarm domination was denied. Still plenty of time left to be played though, but Dragons picking up a kill there is important. HPJC though, the only one's getting points at this moment in time. Apolo 24 now. We'll try and bring something to this round. Swarm win condition. It's going to be ticked down, but they're still very much in the lead. Apolo 24 though, going to find the fight at B, going to find the fight at C. And they keep a hold of composure towards their own home hill though. Phelpsy making the push forward now, trying to get something done at Cougars. The rest of the team here to help as well. The fight over towards B is going to be important because the push towards A will come through from that as well. Cougars and Co go down though. It's looking like an HPJC round. It should be.
Big 1v now for Jack Fex and Strikers. Strikers pushes in on left hand, full red, but he will shut him down and save the round on the B hill for now. But unfortunately for him and his team, they have not been able to overextend elsewhere. And HPJC will hold on and win that round. Back and forth. It seems neck and neck already, Chris, after a really, really good first round from Apollo. And a great push on the home street there at the start of that round. HPJC made it work over on the B side. And they're still showing that they're in this game.
Talents and Boltox either side looking likely. My light keeps falling down behind me here, Toby. It's not what we want. We need my face illuminated.
I thought I heard a tiny sound there. I was wondering what that was.
I know. Stand keeps falling over.
Not ideal,
no
mate.
No, not ideal.
No composure, no.
No.
Can't stand up when the lights...
That's it. Yeah, I can't stand. Oh dear, we talked a lot of rubbish tonight.
Falconry is one I'll remember for a while.
Yes. I will blame me exclusively for the subject, but...
I'm going to bring fun facts related to falconry the next cast.
Please don't.
Might have to, though.
HPJC trying to get something done over towards B. Apollo 24 seemingly. You have the jump on them, but Marsh is going to get taken down by Hydron. Now Strikers making a move over, trying to get rid of Jack. He will. A bit of an even start here, at least. Strikers going to go down as well. Nobody able to establish any control here, Toby. All teams fighting on that B spot, but it's just trading kills back and forth. Nobody able to assert their dominance yet.
Cougars versus Crimsons here on the home street, once again. Oh, look at this for shots from Cougars. Oh no, that's a mismantle. Crimsons are not letting him get anywhere near. Immediately cover switch cancelling, yep. To the side to keep distance. Well played from him. Now Phelpsy's going to have the 1B against Strikers. That time the up A will not work and Phelpsy will read it like a book. Finding that kill. Marsh with the break. Is that enough though? Dragons, can he do anything about it? Oh, Cougars is here. Meat shield is down. Can they clutch up on the home hill? Cougars gets one down. Trades out Crimsons with the double though. Going off this round is this man. Strikers will be taken down. Just like that, HPG take the lead.
Much better. Much better. 2-1 from HPJC.
Yeah. And while we were watching the semi-final before we stepped in the end, right, Chris? I was wondering if HPJC would actually get the clean 2-0 over Maradona and set themselves up for a really good grand final. But of course, it was an unfortunate end to Harbor, map number 2 for them, taking it to map number 3. But HPJC, they've got a lot of 2-1s against Maradona, haven't they? They haven't been... I think they've got more 2-1s, it's safe to say, than 2-0s over that team. Well, you have Apollo 24, who just seemed to steamroll Maradona, right, in many grand finals of old. And it's a big telltale of the difference between these two teams, potentially. So, HPJC, they had an opportunity to come in all guns blazing in the grand final, it's safe to say, this week, and with better form, but they failed to do that, on map count at least. Despite the great map number 3. Let's see. Drop shot thrown in up top. How is this going to impact things?
Should impact things quite a lot, considering B still needs to be fought for. over towards the train tracks. Dragons of Kodo seemingly getting the better of this fight. Phelpsy is dropped in. HPJC, well, they did have to back on down, but Hydron's just pushed forward. Should be dead because of it, though. Maybe tried a little bit too much. Jack there to try and help out. Not going to work. Dragons of Cup will get a hold of this drop shot. In their hands as well, by the looks of things. Phelpsy is going to be able to make the push through. Should be dead, though, and is. Now the rest of the team coming in. So be careful to wait for the spawn protection to come off. Finds one. The second. Oh, the immediate impact. My goodness. Two just like that. Apollo 24 find a very, very quick round.
And that is probably the most perfect drop shot location in Gears 5, honestly. That diagonal looking directly into the spawn to literally see the player spawn, and then try and get through that tiny doorway when there's a drop shot actived in front of you. I'm not sure if you noticed as well, Chris, not only that, but Dragons pondered actually cleaning up the kill there in the doorway with a shotgun before he got the drop shot out, but he chose, no, I'm just going to leave it. Probably even told his teammate to do the same. You know, usually he'd pick up a meat shield, but he chose to leave it and basically have a body block for his opposition of his own teammates, and then bait with the drop shot for the cherry on top. And boy, did he make it work. Well played from him. Fantastic round.
Phelpsy going on once again. Fighting for this drop top up shop? Drop shot up top. Oh my goodness.
Words are hard.
I was going to say it's getting late, but it ain't. It's only 20-9. Dragons. It's a hold of the drop shot, fires it out immediately. So I think even if for Apollo 24, they don't get much out of this, it's taken away the drop shot from HPJC. Phelpsy on the flank. Very much has been spotted. Striker's going to take a decent chunk of damage though, and we'll have to drop down.
That was lovely.
Oh, it's unfortunate.
Very
well played though by Apollo 24. Well, she's down and bleeding, but now we'll be back up, and here comes the push over towards F. Dragons. Oh my god! All right, Crim.
Oh, I've said it before. Crimson's an absolute demon with his bowl talk, and he's always the man to pick it up. Always. And so clearly his teammates and him are aware of how good he is with this weapon. It's Marsh in the back as he's trying to flank round. I'm sure he's been called out now. The question is Phelpsy able to deal with that? I think he was being pinched for a second. Oh, hello. Marsh and Crimson's both with the misinputs at the same time, staring at each other. Oh my god, the heart racing. Dragons lurking in the middle as well, and Crimson's has to deal with that. Good cross from Hydron though. Unable to fight back against Cougars. He jumps into his cover.
All 24 in the lead in this round, but only E to their name at this moment in time. He should be able to get the home hill back though. It seems as if the push from Phelpsy came in. He just went for the decap, just a little bit annoying, and then we'll back down. That'll be a fight that does keep going, I'd imagine. All 24 were down here up top though, but they're about to have some reinforcements coming on through. We can see them players actually made the move over towards D. HPJC will take a hold of E. Pretty free by the looks of things. Strikers did find a kill, mind. So is there something to be done here, Cougars? Oh, he finds the shot on the Hydron as he's pushing through. I think he was actually just looking to butter up Jack a little bit. That's unfortunate for Hydro. Good shots onto Jack though. All of a sudden, Apollo 24 very much in control of this round.
Good job from Crim to get back into cover. Good shots from Marsh and his teammate there, of course. Oh, Marsh just about getting caught out the tightest of angle from Crim. We'll take that one. Score-wise, 5 seconds to go, of course, for Apollo to clean this one up. Dragon still fighting. And Apollo 24, another round on the board. Hard fought from both teams. Back and forth. But a crucial round of that.
Big one for Apollo 24. Back and forth there. To get back on the board is always positive. All tucks either side. And of course, for the side of Apollo 24, they will be ever so slightly behind after putting that drop shot down. It's not really going to come into fruition until the next couple of rounds, I would say, when utilities start coming up.
Yeah, of course, Crim will lose his awesome bowl talk in favor of a retro. Necessary to get to utility. Look at this. Shot grenade thrown in. Dragons is caught out. Drop shot picked up for Hydron. Phelpsy was lost to the start, but drop shot will just clean up Dragons. Hydron was looking for more. He gets more, by the way. Finds Marsh. One player left. That's Strikers. Now everybody dead. for Apollo 24, and HPJC are free to fly over to the F Hill and get this triple cap. With a little bit of support, I'm sure his teammates will be here presently. A lot of players here coming. Big team fight.
Ooh, Cougars and Co are going to make the push on through, but the kill feed is mostly lighting up red. Marsh is going to find one, though. He's going to get taken down. That should be it. He'll deal with them. Nobody from Apollo 24 here off the respawn. 3-3. As said, like, I mean, Apollo 24, Black Hawk down, they've been the ones who have been coming out on top in this matchup. They have been. But it's never been a whitewash. It is very much been a case of very, very close games. There's been plenty of round 9s, multiple. Just around here or there difference, and HPJC realistically could have won every single matchup. It has been that close between these two, but it's just that slight edge that Apollo 24 have had.
Yeah, and I don't think HPJC have won map 1 once. I think they've always been a map down. Won the second map if it goes to a map 3, and then lost the last one. Each time, I believe. So around a map win here on Asylum would be really, really good for them. You can just about get through it.
Where's the drop shot going to go this time round? Oh, Jack's going to get in. He didn't manage to back it either. He's going to go down. So that's a bit of a waste of life.
Incen left, by the way. Here we go. Thrown in. Marsh has sneaked the drop shot just about as he was starting to cook a little bit. Phelpsy wants some. He's thrown himself in. Oh my goodness, Phelpsy. No way. And he's not only done that.
That can't happen.
He's not only done that, but the drop shot's gone. His teammates are off spawn. This could even go into a triple cap.
Oh, that can't happen if you're Apollo 24. It's gone, Phelpsy. But nonetheless, he's done the job. He doesn't make those 2 kills. There's Apollo 24 in a good spot to get E. They then have a drop shot to further cement their control. Cougar's going to go down in the door as well, but look at all these kills just going over towards HPJC. I need a friendly fire coming in as well, but nonetheless, it's still the fight. Going over towards the former Elevate squad. Now they make the move forward. They're looking for D as well. Swarming towards the spawn. Dragons gets locked out. Jack now in a position to just try and break. Try and slow this one down. Cougar's pushing forward, trying to find a kill. Really well played by Cougars. He may actually make his way over towards F. He's not going to get a chance. Still needs to continue to fight. The domination ticking in. Strikers and Cougars, though, have done so well to keep HPJC at bay. That 50-point difference is still quite a hill to climb for the Apollo 24 squad. 45 seconds on the win condition.
Phelpsy's going to fall as well. That's staggered spawns now for HPJC. Jack Fex on his own at the E-Hill. They've built a nice little score lead, have this side. And they can just about win off one. They can somehow hold out for a minute long. Of course, with an overextension in play, if they can retake E, then they're looking very good to go into map point here. And send in hand for Phelpsy as well. Hydron with the down to start things off. Big throw over towards Cougars, and it connects perfectly. Lines up. Hydron's going to get revived. Blocked off by a shot grenade for now. Buys enough time for a Dragon's drop shot pickup. Not going to connect, though.
Nope, doesn't connect with much, and Marsh is going to be taken down. Drop shot going to come through. They baited it out. The push comes through. Dragons has done well to find the kills on the Jack. How quick has he switched to his Nasha? My God. It's still swarm win condition on the 1 cap. It'll be close, though, so I think if Apollo 24 can find themselves a spot of getting at least a D cap over towards F, then maybe we're talking Strikers needs to win this gunfight. Not gonna happen. Crimsons again. HPJC just seem to have that little bit more clutch factor this weekend, and it is making a difference. 250 to what was 249? I think it would have been in the end. Literally a 1-second game. 4-3. HPJC looking to lock in map number 1 here.
Crimson's essentially with a 1v2 there on the home hill to ensure there was no shenanigans going on for that round. He's sitting with 20 kills, the most kills in this map number 1 for either team. And one thing is for sure, that individual has been playing the game loads. I can confirm.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah, it was a difficult game. It's safe to say. But yeah, Crimson's, he hasn't stopped playing. You know, he's on form. He's been playing the game loads. He's used to the tuning, regardless of whether the team has been practicing or not.
Striker's going to push in and get out with the drop as well, but this is the opportunity now for HPJC to push forward and stop it causing any damage. Still go. Oh, Phelps! Oh, Dragons are sent back to the respawn queue. HPJC are looking so good on Asylum here. There's one man that can actually stop this, and it will be Cougars. He will deny that domination with the overextension, so Apolo 24 live to see at least another round, and I mean, Crimson staying ahead of Marshals with that there and finds the oh wow. My god! Oh, this is a bit more like it from HPJC. Map number 1's gonna go in their favor. What a performance from them. 5-3. Grand final is gonna heat up now. Asylum goes HPJC's way, and that is a hell of a performance from them.
What more can you ask? It just seems like everyone just got aggressive at the end for HPJC. In each of the rounds, they started chaining together 1v1 victories. Clutch plays from Phelpsy in different rounds. Crimson's finishing with 23 kills down on the home street at the end. Wow. That's the HPJC that we remember from the Elevate days of old, going flawless way back when at the start of Gears 5. Amazing first map. Very hype indeed. We got the plays. We got the underdog in this scenario doing really well. Maybe this could be the day. Maybe this could be the day that the win streak ends for these guys. I wonder if HPJC can do it.
It's still a lot to go. I mean, look, how many of these games have we seen? As I was just saying before that it is very much one of these series that is always being decided by rounds here or there. Just a couple of rounds here and there have been the difference across the whole of a series between these two, and it's been the case for weeks. I think we've only seen a couple of blowouts on some maps where it's been like 5-1, 5-2, 5-3 there for HPJC on Asylum, and you know, as time goes on as well, they'll start to understand what maps are good for them, what maps are bad for them, both these two teams. And, you know, the veto process will maybe potentially change. I'm curious to see what's coming up next. I do believe we actually did have the maps. It's somewhere. No, we didn't. Okay, no, so we haven't been told the maps nonetheless. You know, I'm interested to see what the others are. I'd be surprised to see Foundation slip through. If I'm HPJC, I can't recall them beating them on beating Apolo 24 on that map specifically. So if that has slipped through, maybe it's a potential oversight. We have seen Exhibit between these two a couple of times, and that's been traded. So we may well, unfortunately, see it again. So let's see which way that one goes. But I'm interested to see what the maps are going to be and see what we're going to be moving into here, map number 2. But that is as good as HPJC have looked. In terms of the actual teamwork, you know, that's always been there. But in terms of the actual gameplay from each of them, those little flashy moments, Phelpsy had them, Crimson's had them. They all had them on occasion in that game. And so we will be loading into Exhibit and map number 2. Great. So hopefully this is a bit more of an electric one. It's one of those that Exhibit, it can unfortunately be a little bit slow. And it can be a case of going to those 250s all the time. So let's see if it does go that way or if the teams will play it a little bit different. Both of them, as far as I'm aware, on broadcast specifically, it's 1-1, I think. On this map between them, if I recall correctly. So it really could go either way, but HPJC, the ones with the lead, and they'll be feeling nice heading into map number 2, Toby.
I think so. I mean, HPJC, they're clearly warmed up. Individually, they're really putting in the work. Yeah, we were talking about Phelpsy, we were talking about Crim pulling out the clutch plays, but honestly, Hydra and Jackfex were doing their job as well. Jackfex didn't have many kills that game, but they were all hitting shots. They were hitting bricks. They were pushing at the right moments. They were really performing well as a team. And they've really had the opposition backs against the wall. And Apolo 24 really will actually be looking for an aggressive Exhibit now. They'll be looking to try and like swing the gameplay back into their favor and get it be the team that pulls off those clutches and then those wrap shots and those up A's and starts getting in the enemy's base as fast as they can. Question is, can they though? Will HPJC play it a little bit slow? Will they force that slow play you're alluding to on Exhibit and hold back on the corridors and really utilize the utility? Or will they just be able to fly on through? Perhaps honestly at this point, HPJC have just said, you know what, screw it. Let's play a little bit more aggressive. Let's play more Gears 5-esque and go for those up A's, wrap shots and pushes. Phelpsy was clearly starting to do that. With the shot hold steam trains into his opponents. We saw that a number of times actually from these guys today. Maybe that's the strat going forward for them. You know, maybe that's the way to play. When you look at players like Pains, when you look at Maradona, a lot of these European players, that seems to be how Gears 5 is played these days. And I think HPJC might even take that and run with it, that thinking. Because so far individually, it seems like they've really done a lot better when they've got a little bit aggressive and then done those really crazy plays because they have the raw skills, frankly, to do it.
Of course. I mean, they always have done. We always, when we've seen that previous elevated squad, when, you know, things were so close between them, they were more so the more methodical way to play the game. They would choke you out. You would be in a vice grip. It would be very, very hard to break out of a 2-cap that they held. They still have that, but it seems as if they're quite happy to take the fight against the former Rated R squad in Black Hawk Down. And that is usually Black Hawk Down's bread and butter, isn't it? It's one of the cases of back and forth between them. But into Exhibit we go. Which way is this going to go this time? One apiece. Only last time it was Apollo 24 to take it. After HPJC took a close one the first time around. So, Exhibit very evenly poised, but it is HPJC with the lead in the series. And Crimson starting things off in the way he means to go on. Usually the first kill means B going over towards your squad. Crimson is the one to open it up, and all of a sudden the sightlines become so easy for HPJC to create for themselves, and B will be in their control, Exhibit will be in their control in round number 1.
They're being quicker. Right now it seems like HPJC are trying to be as fast as they possibly can be, and it's looking good for them so far. Keeping the players staggered, Crimson's is simply running across to the other side of the corridor in front of his opponents there. Very confident, do these guys seem right now. Of course, like you said, they've got B-Hill control thanks to the initial victory down the bottom. Cougars is lurking at the top. Marsh checking out what he can see from the top staircase as well, but surely the rotation will come down bottom soon, and here comes the push.
Starting to come through now. Crimson's holding tight. Seems to be coming from the other side. Shots coming in. Dragons tagged up though. Hydro will probably have to back down here though, as all 24 take that small advantage and turn it into something. It just seems to be about small advantages. Right now it is going to belong to HPJC. The Strikers goes down, so the push is going to start coming on through. Marsh is going to take quite a few bullets from Hydro in here. Just trying to create a little bit of pressure. These decapped. HPJC technically in control as Dragons also goes down as well, so maybe they smell blood in the water. Marsh now in a really bad spot. This is well closed out by HPJC. Marsh down again. Strikers, very little he can do in this situation. Apart from finding that gunfight over on the high drone, but then the push could have come through. Phelpsy plays that smart. Sees the gunfights potentially could go in the other direction. Backs on down. His team have the lead. They have control. Cougars now making the push. Jack could do with winning this gunfight. Cougars now flash out. Is going to force him away. Well played. The decap will do. Backs on down, but the damage is done here. Good work by Cougars.
Yeah, really good. Not much damage put his way, and Shorty got out alive. Running early. Good movement. Phelpsy on our screen, though. Gets one. Misroll off the cover. Will mean sure death for him. Strikers now battling his way. Hydron is going to have some reinforcements. Crimson is going to be chased as well. It's getting a bit scrappy now in the middle of Exhibit. Hydron will find one. His teammate down to his left as well. Unfortunately, he doesn't go for the revive or the revive chain. He'll try and fight Dragons. He loses. Cougars still lurking from the top. The domination will come on through. Apollo 24 steal around. Rip it away from HPJC after a great start.
That's a big round for Apollo 24. It really is. Just feels as if HPJC in control there, 1-0 up in the series, looking good for round number 1. Apollo 24, as you said, very much steal that round away. Is that maybe a little bit of a swing in momentum? Looks like Bulltox going to go down either side.
Yep. No surprise there. And the Crimsons will be the man to pick it up, I'm sure. And they'll need to be upgraded at some point, though, to get up to the shot grenades and the incense ready for those corridor fights. In fact, Hydron's the man to pick it up. Interesting. He'll be the one to sit at the top there and try and leverage it from that angle. Let's see. Crimson's pushing in on the left-hand side. Against Cougars. Very careful he has to be. Dragons has dropped down. Marsh has tried to push his left hand as well. You can see it's like a game of chess. Which lane, which corridor will fall first? Crimson's actually finds Cougars. I think Cougars try to fly in there and find a kill. Crimson shuts him down. Dragons just runs out into the left corridor to ensure he can't be collapsed upon. And he's angled out as well. Crimson's turned around. Marsh is trying to save the day. Crimson's all the way around the back now. Good shots on the Dragons. HPJC, though, have not captured the B hill just yet. I'm not sure if their opportunity has been missed for that, too.
Essentially.
Yeah. Everyone's back up, Chris. No, they're not going to be able to move, and everyone's back to square one.
No advantage able to be taken by either side. What's the move, then? See, this is my issue with Exhibit. Sometimes it's these little stalemates that you get. It's just like nudge them, just like do something. I understand, though, because it is one of those that if you lose even one body down low, or even up top, you put yourself in a vulnerable spot, don't you? Ticking up to 100 points, 100 seconds into the round. Nobody captured B yet.
Yeah. I think to the layperson, a ranked player or someone new to the game, they'll look at Exhibit and just think tight corridors and loads of just 1Bs, but they're so interconnected. As soon as one chess piece falls, the angles just start creating themselves in every direction. But saying that, Phelpsy Hydra try to get the angle on the B hill there to prevent the capture, but the B hill does go the way of Apolo nonetheless. Crimson's is forced to try and take flight. He will fall, though. Cougars is getting aggressive, so are his teammates. Marsh is looking to see if he can find Hydron to ensure the triple cap will continue. No, Hydron wins that 1v. Now 1v against Dragons. He goes for the up A. It's just a little bit too far. And Dragons, with that damage advantage, will get the give necessary following. And Apollo 24 looking to get a second round on the board here, potentially. Phelpsy will shut down Cougars. He tries to Secret Man on that pillar. 20 seconds to go. Phelpsy with a double again. And maybe with three players up against two, with Crimson just about spawning, can they get across? Have they bought enough time to get a triple cap and get themselves into this round?
Well, that's what's going to be needed here. Could also do with getting hold of something on the other side of things, but I think just keeping Apollo 24 where they are. Need to get themselves underway as soon as they can, though. They can't let Apollo 24 just sit in here on this. The decab is going to come through. 249 is what they're going to sit at. But the problem is here, though, is everybody going to drop on down. And for HPJC, unfortunately, the plan had to be keep a hold of their hill the whole time. They let up pressure. It wouldn't have been necessarily easy to keep a hold of that. So Apollo 24.
Yeah. You're very difficult push to make there at the end. Even when there's not a timer against you, it's difficult.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a huge choke point. And Apollo 24, they positioned themselves immaculately. They was just sat back on the pillar, lancering. Everyone was lancering the same player. Phelpsy was drilled down immediately. Dragons was pretty much as far back as he is in spawn right now to ensure no one could push him, lancering away. It's a super difficult thing to come back from. Yep, 2-0. Dragons and Hydron will have the retro upon this mantle cover here, with oversight of both lanes.
Apollo 24 just the better at making the right decisions, it seems, or just maybe being a bit more aggressive with their advantages, if you like. Shots through. Andrew now backing on down. Crimson's going to find the first kill onto Cougars, though, and that might open things up here for HPJC.
Yes. Hydra is going to be capping B immediately now. They won't make the same mistake. Oh, Dragons. Beelining over towards Phelpsy to try and get a kill. It must have been a pinch. Yeah, Crimson's was coming in. That was a force push there. Let's see this individual. Great shots from him. But you need to start moving up, and they do. Jack Vex moves on from the home street straight onto the sea hill. Phelpsy is there to help out, but I don't know how they're going for this, Chris. They're half in, half out. Phelpsy was lurking in the sea. He's not really got any backup. I'm not sure if he'll be too happy with that his team weren't on the same page. Now holding up close, though. Essentially trying to keep a spawn trap on the go. I'm not sure if they can do that. Great shots from Crimson's, though. But Marsh just gets that final shot to take down Hydra, opening that whole area of the map. But the triple cap comes on through.
Eventually, HPJC get something on the board here. Hasn't been the best start to Exhibit. But we know they have it in them to win this map. Apolo 24, though, looking to get themselves back into this series. I'd be interested to see what the third map is if we do go there. Vincent's going to be coming out. I can only imagine. Yeah. Not really sure what took HPJC so long to figure out what they were going to do there, to be honest with you. Nonetheless, here we are, round number 4.
Yeah. Incens are upon us. Both teams building up their weapon placements as quickly as possible. Not many choices, of course, with Exhibit. Certainly not a map of two halves, as the hills are in the same locations. So the aim of the game is to get the utility as fast as you can. Cover these corridors. Dragons has jumped into the B hill. Oh, Hydrone immediately, speaking of utility, is going to get incended. Crimson's. Great steam train into Cougars. He will get dropped straight after, though. And Phelpsy and Co coming off spawn, not being the greatest position.
Nope, not in a good spot at all. Apolo 24, I think this is the spot you want to get yourself in an Exhibit. Just make it hard. Those small choke points to get out of your spawn. Just being locked down by Lancers. You got somebody up top. It's just a great spot to be in. But Jack and Crimson's making things difficult for Apolo 24 here. Crimson smells blood in the water. Oh, the roll. That's unfortunate. Marshall will deal with them, and now the push forward. Although Marsh maybe not necessarily sniffing the domination coming through. Just happy to sit back and soak up a little bit of pressure. His team's still in control of this round. Jack is going to find the kill onto him, though. Marsh maybe just slowed down the push up top. HPJC, though, need to make a move here within the next 50.
Big score lead built up for Apolo. That early cap of the B hill and all subsequent team fights not really leading to much change in that area have led them to a nice little bit of build up a score. Look at this. Kills are traded. Marsh and Dragons both downing Phelpsy. We'll get up. The Hydrant will fall shortly thereafter. Here comes Marsh. Big shotgun fight for the B hill now. Big kill from Crimson's that. Amazing cover battle. Phelpsy does clean up Dragons as well. And that's 3 players down. Strikers just about off spawn, it seems like. And Incense picked up for Crimson's.
HPJC find something shortly. 10 seconds on that win condition. They won their home hill fight, but they need to go. 12 seconds. Dragon's going to be backed on down and a little bit weak. Marsh just putting in damage towards the bat. The flash will slow him down. Here comes the push. Crimson's has found the kill on the Dragons as well. Is this going to come in time? Yes, it is. Now 8. Is it going to fall in their hands? HPJC need to win this fight, but they also need to get a hold of C. Hong team win condition is going to be reduced down, but they need to send somebody back. Nobody's getting a hold of C, but off the respawn, here we go.
Phelpsy will get it.
Yeah, Apolo 24 now. Need to push on through, but there's only 3 members of HPJC here. They just need to linger this fight as long as they can. They get inside, and now who's going to come out on top? Crimson's been lying in wait, just putting down damage with the pistol. It won't be enough to keep a hold of the domination. A will come through, and Apolo 24 will get the round.
Ooh. What a tough round. Tough round for HPJC. Neck and neck until that last team fight. As soon as they got onto that hill. Seemed like it could have gone either way, but No, you're right. It was that delay on that C hill, right? If they had the C hill, I think it could have been okay. I'm pretty sure Hydron won that 1v as well. I'm wondering if they just didn't cap that hill in time and Hydron just chose to run forward instead. I think that might have been the case. Not too sure though. I didn't quite catch that.
It's a curious one, isn't it? I seen there was a fight ongoing, and I feel as if HPJC had somebody there to cap it, unless it was a trade or something, but not too sure. Here we go. Apolo 24 still in a commanding position in this one. And she send us to a third map. Flashes out. Here come the engagements. So Crimson gets dropped super quick. Is he being hit by that?
Boltok. That's a 3-shot Boltok. It has to be. Dragons from up top.
Yep.
Wow.
He's on the railing. That's fantastic from him. Now Cougars marching forward. Apolo 24 really feeling like they're back into this series here. You wouldn't put it out of them to win these next 2 rounds to send us to a map number 3, but HPJC have been close in a couple of these. You cast your mind back to round number 1. It really was stolen away. Jack with some good shots, though. Striker's really going to have to back on down and heal on up.
It's such an interesting dynamic as well of Exhibit. I know we give it a lot of criticism, but the fact you can stack the enemy staircase like this, prevent them from going up top and see into their spawn while being just outside their triple cap. It's a very interesting dynamic. Now, HPJC are going to leverage it. Try to at least. Hydron getting down on the push. Oh, Striker's looking. Crimson's with the flank. Wasn't in time. Dragons will clutch up and find one. Turning round. Can Crimson's stay alive? No, my goodness me.
Oh, that is accurate. Fantastic stuff from Dragons. That's going to do it. 4-1. He just didn't miss a single bullet. 4-1 now, and Apolo 24 looking good to send us to a map number 3 here.
Pop shotting with that Boltok. Like it's a Nasher. Makes it look so easy. And he 3-shot him twice that round, in fact. It was the very start and the very end. Crimson won't be too happy with that, I'm sure. Just wanted a straight shotgun fight, he did, Chris. That's all he wanted. Drop shot down. I'm going to assume that's down bottom. I know the North American casters have trouble with this too, try to judge whether a weapon placement is down bottom or up top. Given how close those placements are, I think it's middle. Dragons is jumped down immediately for it. The E-hill anyway.
Yep, they get aggressive, they get a hold of it. Apolo 24 are feeling it here. They know, or feel at least, that they have this map in the bag. It was such a weird dynamic on Exhibit, wasn't it? So inconsistent throughout the Pro League. We really did not know who was going to come out on top each and every time. Crims is now in a tough spot because he tried to go for the revive. Oh, and Dragon's just running out of bullets as the back on down. But still, Apolo 24 still in the lead. Oh, well, they have lost control of down low. But of course, that drop shot now going to make things a little bit more interesting. He just gets out with it. Apolo 24 not in the worst spot here.
Nope. Of course, rotating the drop shot from up top answers the question of where it was. Yeah, fire it, yeah. Very difficult one.
Yeah,
make up that range with Marsh lurking as well. We didn't necessarily need to, as we definitely know now. Here we go. Drop shot to bait Marsh. It goes in. Jack Fax reads it though. He rolls to the right. The active is not there to ensure, but that one is. Crimsons will be dropped. Score lead for HPJC, but the win condition for Apolo as they try and turn these kills into a triple cap. 4v2. Crimson's just about coming off spawn now.
Got them where they want them. Apolo 24. A nice little spot. Lancer now back up for Cougars as well, who will be very, very weak as he goes over the cover. He's done well to get out of that, I'm not going to lie.
He has. Great communications as well. Dragon sprinting over to him in time. Oh no. Players are falling. Hydran's got Cougar's red. Cougar's just about holds on though. Big fight. That could have been the entire lower side of Exhibit crumbling there if it wasn't for this individual.
Yeah, he's done so well. Just this whole passage of play. Might not necessarily been anything flashy, but staying alive, being the nuisance has now put Apolo 24 in a decent little spot here. Swan win condition of 35. 2-cap would do it for HPJC though. What they've got to look for. Apolo 24 have just got to keep a hold of what they have, and they may just get a little bit more though. The kills starting to come on through. That win condition is going to be cut directly in half. 10 seconds now for Apolo 24. Crimsons and Co. Just not close enough. We will be going over to a map number 3 between these two teams. Apolo 24 get it done in 6. 5-1. Map number 3 beckons once again between these two. But who will come out on top this week? It's week 7. It's been 5 in a row for Apolo 24. Can they make it 6, or can HPJC get themselves on the board here for the first time?
My oh my. Check the scoreboard at the end. Crimsons with 18 kills on that one corridor, and Dragons and Cougars 16 and 12 respectively. But yeah, it's a big scoreline, 5-1. It reminds me of a classic scoreline in Pro League, right? Where the classic radar, right? They'd get an incredible victory on Exhibit over these guys, but of course, many times it was back and forth too. I think it was quite unfortunate, actually, the round count in the end, because HPJC did actually come quite close to a number of triple caps, right? But just time and time again, the clutch up, in fact, comes out from the other side, and it leaves a score line that's perhaps isn't representative of how close it was a lot of those rounds. But yeah, it is what it is. We'll go to map number 3, and they'll be very happy that they got that 5-1 score lead in the end. Very confident going into map 3, perhaps.
Yeah. They'll be feeling nice about it. I think if you're HPJC though, you'll still take confidence from your map number 1 win. Exhibit is one that can go back and forth a little bit. Yes, okay, you lose out in that fashion. It is annoying, but at the same time, you have to reset and you have to say to yourself, look how well we played on Asylum there. And it has to be said again as well, there was a couple of rounds there that was super close. That really could have went either way. Just the domination not quite coming at the right time for HPJC, and on the same. On the other foot there for, of course, Apolo 24. They sat back just about in time to win a couple of those rounds as well. So in their eyes, they won a couple of close rounds, HPGC. They lost a couple of close rounds. Let's head over towards map number 3 and see which way the series is going to go. I'm not 100% sure what map it is. I'm sure our production will let us know as soon as he has found out. I'm curious to what would you theory it's going to be? I'm feeling a Vazgar, actually.
It's funny you say that. I'm checking on Crimson stream now to see if I can spot it. But I know they were talking about earlier the fact that they actually favor Vazgar a little bit as a potential map to playing against these guys, because of course they've tried Foundation, that hasn't worked. Several weeks in a row. They've tried different maps against this team. They've tried the classic Exhibit Showdown. They've had District before, of coururse. Training Grounds, I think they've played them before on that, but it's never been a strong map.
Yeah, Harbour. Okay, right. I'm trying to remember who won it last week. I think it was actually Apolo 24. But HPJC are pretty good at this map as well, though, it has to be said.
Yeah, they had 4 in a row, right? They were 4-2 up against Maradona. Unfortunate, of course, it went back the other way, and Maradona ended up winning. But HPJC, they've shown that they can perform in the multitude of team fights. And if you are good on this map, it can work really well for you. It's kind of like it's the Winch and Stern battle up top. If you have one great 1v player like Hydron, I believe, plays Winch, if he's going off one time and you really master that up top fight, which can be quite chaotic at times, then you have a really big leg up for both the first and second half, given that remains to be the dominant focal point of the map. In the same way that on Training Grounds, if you're good at that U fight as a team, you'll be picking that map left, right, and center. I wonder actually if HPJC can make this work and make sure they win out in the end after having a big score lead against Maradona previously in the semifinal.
Well, we're going to find out very shortly. The game has started up. Very excited again on this one. I am going to also ask the chat to let me know who you think is going to win this one. I'm sure we'll get a poll up and running to get map number 3 predictions in from you guys. From me, I am going to go potentially a little bit left field. I'm going to say HPJC. I'm going to say a close one, though. I'm leaning in that direction. I do think HPJC are going to come out on top of this one. I don't know why. I'm just using all of my Gears knowledge. Something along those lines.
I'm feeling the vibes from the HPJC camp. I'll admit it. There was a lot of hype on Asylum. We've seen some great individual moments. We saw Crimson's get like 18 kills, I believe it was, in Exhibit in the end. Yes, it was 5-1 the scoreline previously, and yes, there was a reverse sweep against HPJC from Maradona earlier. But I don't know. I'm feeling HPJC today. I really am. Let's see if they can do it.
There we go then. He's kicking off. A good way for Apolo 24. Dragon's putting a lot of damage down from up top. He's going to have to back on down though. Very, very weak. Jack now not necessarily in the best of spots either, but Apolo 24 opening up with the better things of those initials. And oh, wow, they're looking for a domination in here already. Must have heard my predictions and so said, well, you got nothing to say about this though. Yeah, 2-1. That is a very, very quick domination. 45 seconds. 1-0 to Apolo 24.
All right. Regain, I believe gamers say these days. Regain. Just one round. I'm sure HPJC will be thinking to themselves. That's what I mean, right? Team fight up top. If you're good at it, it can very quickly spiral into a triple cap or total map domination through other means. All right. Go on, drop shot, round number 1. Yep, it's come up straight on the stern. I think they did this against Maradona as well. I think they've just had enough at the end of the day. Or they just had exhibit corridor fights and the power weapon went up at the end. I think they just want to get this kick started, Chris, and force that up top fight that they were doing really, really well with on Asylum.
You know what? I agree with them. And, you know, we had that exhibit carry on. I want to see people getting down and dirty for the drop shot, essentially. And this time around, it's looking like Apolo 24 should have that in their possession. Jack probably looked to try and grab a hold of it just to negate away what HPJC could have potentially, or Apolo 24 could have done with it. But at this moment in time, things not looking too smooth yet. For Apolo 20, for HPJC, sorry. Dragon's sitting back, ready for the push to come through. Oh. It's a 3-man with one of them being his teammate. Jack should be going down as well. That's 3 kills and 2 shots. Out of Dragon's drop shot. Phelps is going to be able to make this push though. What can he do? Just really between a rock and a hard place, and that is 2 quick rounds for Apolo 24. 2-0. That was dominant.
I think that's the winch fight there. I believe Crimson's lost his 1v down bottom at the same time that Hydron lost his 1v on winch. I think that's happened twice now. So certainly not ideal at all, because those are 2 crucial points you have to address. Even with the drop shot. In fact, Crimson's might have been on winch as well. I think they might have maybe even just left B and gone all in on this drop shot area. I'll keep a close eye on the overhead as we go into the initial, but yeah, really, really strong from Apolo 24, clearly, so far. They sweep through this top end of the map. Yep, 4v4 up top. It is all in.
There we go. It's all in up top, and oh my goodness, Cougars cannot be allowed to push around that easily. Hydron gets shut down without even looking at him, and Strikers and Marsh finding the kills. I mean, HPJC were the ones who put this drop shot down. They might be regretting that now, as it just has been an absolute train from Apolo 24 up top. Cougars is all alone for a moment. Hydron, though, they're just going to back down. They're just going to play with their food. Drop shot here for Dragons again. You have a feeling there's a couple of more kills coming his way. There's one onto Jack. Crimson Zako now making the push as well. Just being shut down at every single opportune moment. I've questioned Apolo 24 whether they were in it this week, but within about 4 minutes of map number 3, they're 3-0 up.
Absolutely clinical so far from Apolo. It is just so on point. Even just coming down to that triple cap, Dragons is set up with the active drop shot. He's not firing it unless it's active. He waits for everyone to come off spawn and then fires it at the choke point and not the player up front. Careful to not take down his teammates in the process. Cougars is getting 1B'd on his home hill, but he realizes his teammates are there soon. He rolls back early. It's just perfect. It's perfect from Apolo 24 right now. They deserve this three-round lead, and the question is whether HPJC can do anything about it.
I see the votes coming through for the map 3 winners now by everyone. You're all frauds. The 3-0 open. I'm just watching the ticker for Apolo 24 going up. It is looking that way in fairness, but go on. Oh, this step fight has just been theirs every time. This is a slaughter. I mean, HPJC have not turned up on this map at all. Apolo 24 have been beyond dominant. That's a preemptive drop shot coming through from Cougars. Hydron and Jackfex may be the next in line here. And considering what we've seen out on map number 1 from HPJC, it couldn't be any different here. Cougars, though, maybe going down, waiting for the push to come through. Dragons is there to help out. Ugh, just around the corner. Cougars will find that. Apolo 24 looks so flawless here. That's maybe another 2 kills. I'm not quite going to look on through. Maybe a little bit late on the drop, but nonetheless, still, Apolo 24 very much in control of this round.
Yeah, they might not have a significant score lead, but boy, oh boy, is his map control working for them. Dragon's even lurking in the spawn. He will get dropped eventually, but look at this 1B on the right. Big 1B. Cougars versus time. Cougars' right hand needs to move fast if he's going to do this. Now, Hydron will get the left hand back, eh? Still in this HPJC. They can take back top control now. And they can potentially overextend to get some points on the back on the board. Hydron going really, really wide with the Lancer. Showing utmost respect to strikers. Meanwhile, like HPJC are pushing a bomb. It really does. Yeah, you're right.
They really do need this round. They've got a hold of B. They're in a good spot to do something over towards A here as well. Cougars going to back down and will get taken down. I tell you what, this is the domination going to tick in. I don't think Apolo 24 are going to be there to answer the call. Marsh isn't going to get in, and HPJC do get on the board. Considering how good of a start to the round that was from Apolo 24, HPJC answer back kindly on the round themselves. 3-1 now.
3-1. 3-1. And they lost the initial, but they were able to recover. So at least, you know, that's plausible. But they honestly do need to do better on this initial crest. Now they've got the E hill up top too, so it should just be even easier to triple cap potentially for Apolo 24 if they can continue this flawless reign in the initial fight up top. Let's see. Right hand again for Cougars on Wen. She made it work so well last time we were on his camera. In fact, Hydron's not even challenging it this time. He's gone straight up top. There's no one there. They're playing defensive on that side. Jackfax gets the call. It seems to have worked actually really, really well. No one has fallen as a result of it. Dragons is lurking on the staircase, but damaged out. Jackfax still just hard aiming away, and the drop shot has been picked up too, with no one getting dropped. A strategy change seems to have worked. Dragons will be traded out for Jackfax. Yep, Marsh will be dropped as well. 2 drop shots remaining for Phelpsy to utilize. This is better. I like that crest. I like how that played out.
Much better from HPJC. Much more like kind of performance we expected from them in map number 3 here. All of a sudden, from how I mean, Phelpsy helping the team out there. They could come in with a deep drop shot, but is just going to defend E by the looks of things.
I think Marsh will forget about the drop shot and the incend here. Phelpsy perhaps is leaving himself too much work here. He's been forced for time here.
Yeah, he might be dropped. These team are there to help him as well. Just about. A lot invested into Phelpsy being alive yet.
Yeah.
They kind of left him a little bit isolated, didn't they?
I think he was just waiting for his teammates to ensure whenever he strikes that his team are there to take advantage of it. But now he's flying up the hill. Big drop. Lovely shot onto Cougars. And Marsh will fall as well. No deaths. So HPJC, they have the resources now to potentially consider overextending. They need to deal with strikers. Incend onto the cover. Will that force them out? No, it's not quite far enough. Strikers will fall straight after, though. Score lead in favor of HPJC, and I guess a points victory here is certainly viable. Drop shot will be respawning soon. That's the last drop shot gone.
Phelpsy and Cut looking to get something done there. So patient. Marsh is going to be dealt with, and now the push through. Strikers put the shots in. This is a very dominating round from HPJC. I say dominated. They've just controlled the pace, haven't they? Really well played. Phelpsy's had a stellar round. Hasn't necessarily had the best start to Harbour, but my goodness me. Phelpsy, go on, give him another one. Not quite, but HPJC lock this one in. 3-2 now. We got a game.
That stutter step from Phelpsy is truly special. Yeah, you don't often see it, right? I know it's just a little thing, but honestly, usually when you see a shot hold, it's just a simple traditional bot walk, if you will. But no, he just stops in his tracks and just knows he'll hit the gib range in a moment's notice. But yeah, that round was more classic HPJC Elevate, right? They were clinical, they weren't fast, they weren't rushed to do anything. Phelpsy was left alive for a long time and was keeping the power weapons as long as needed. Yes, we were criticizing it at times, but it did pan out in the end. And he was never really at risk of dying at any point. He was always within range of his teammates if he was about to get downed and nowhere near the opposition. So, panned out in the end. They controlled the entire round. Can they win another round now, though, to even out the score?
Vincenzo been ready for both two teams here to help out with this fight. One going to be sent deep from Marsh, and we'll find a kill at the Jack as Dragons gets aggressive, finds the headshot, the fade away on the Hydron. Marsh will be the one to drop him eventually, but Strikers will get a hold of that drop nonetheless. Crimson's now in a really bad spot as well. They may choose just to use this drop shot on him, or do they need to? You'd imagine not. Crimson's goes down. All of a sudden, Apolo 24 back in control.
Yeah, very nice from Dragons, that. Icebreaker of the round, finding the first kill. Baiting kill almost to his left. No, Jack Fex is getting down now. Hydra in a lot of trouble in the middle. Apolo 24 really do apply the pressure, don't they? When they win initial on this round. Instant rotation, it seems like, from Marsh, from up top, down bottom. 2 down bottom with the drop. Triple cap blinking. And Phelpsy in no man's land. 4-2. And now HPJC have to play flawlessly and win 3 rounds in a row.
It's going to be difficult. They won 2 off the bounce quite handily there before. Can they do that one again, though? This fight up towards Stern has not really been going their way. Marsh is going to get shocks on the board for them. So more to play with. And yeah, it makes sense. You need to stay in it. Worry about your lack of shot grenade later on. Vincent's going to be blocked out by HPJC on the other side of things. So hopefully this fight up top is going to be a little bit easier for them to get back into this game, get a round under their belts, and they're within touch and distance.
Big fight. Here we go. Hydron's been lit up immediately, I think, from Winch that time. No team is contesting it on left hand. Oh no, Strikers has found Jack Fax. Phelpsy has dropped immediately. There goes Hydron, and just like that, kill feed lights up blue. Crimson's is down bottom or down Winch on his own. He's getting pinched right off the rip. Could this be it?
Oh, he could have done with a kill there. This Dragons now pushes forward, drop shot in hand. It's a foot race over towards D. There is going to be presence from HPJC here, but not for long. Jack dead. Good shots by Dragons. Strikers now here to help out his teammates as the push is starting to come through as well. Another drop shot sends its way through. Domination ticking in 2, and that 6 in a row for Apolo 24. 5-2 on map number 3, 5-1 on map number 2 was enough after a 5-3 win for HPJC on map number 1. But it's Apolo 24, the kings of Europe right now, looking so good. 2-1 over HPJC.
What can you say? You can't doubt them at this point, Chris. We were at first pondering as to whether they could do it. At the very start of this match, I said no, because you have to go with the statistics. So we started feeling HPJC at the end of map number 1 and thought maybe going into map number 3 that we were feeling some HPJC vibes, but unfortunately it was all the opposition on that map. Well played to this team of Apolo 24, truly the champs of Europe right now.
Just looking so good. Let's have a look at the route through to the final for them and to being champions of week number 7. Things did kick off with a game against Playing for Fun in round of number 16 and then kicking in against Survive in the quarterfinal. A good win for them against Maradona, of course, for HPJC, but then they met Apolo 24. Kings always, Hoppity Pop, Snail Boy and Slugman, and then HPJC to top it off. Another win against them. And it just seems to be they don't have the potion to beat them at this moment, HPJC, do they? It's very, very difficult to get a one over on this Apolo 24 squad. And I'm not sure if they're going to be honest with you. Apolo 24 just seem to have too many strings to their bow, if you like.
Maybe so. I think really the effectiveness of that team on Harbor perhaps speaks to their practice a little bit. They was just so clinical. Everything was on point. HPJC had some good rounds, right? But it just seems like they're just not as refined on a lot of these maps as such. They're not all the way there on Harbor. It's safe to say a strong map. It seems like Foundation, previously a very strong map for Elevate, of course, back in Gears 4. They've practiced it within an inch of its life on that. On the pro circuits internationally against Optic of old, they've done very well on that map, but now they just don't have that same flair that they once had. It's like the roles have flipped, and now the top team that just keeps shining through is not them. It's their opposition, formerly rated R, now Apolo 24, and you have to question whether they can actually come back, whether it's possible.
It's looking very, very difficult, but that's going to be it for week number 7. Of course, once again, it's dominant from Black Hawk down, Team 24, Apolo 24, whatever you want to call them at this point. It could be 24 weeks in a row of wins because they are looking that strong. Next week is another week, of course, though, Toby. Thank you very much for joining me. Let's see if you can have a stab at beating Team 24 next week, potentially. I'm sure you will be playing. Of course, we'll have Throwback next week as well, so keep mixing it up, but it gives you an opportunity to get some more playtime under your belt. Hopefully your teammate hasn't ditched you after a good performance from him throughout the broadcast there, Toby. I mean, you might be looking for one. Elliot Darko's always looking to play though, mate, so maybe he could step in. But once again, thank you very much for joining me. Thank you to all the guys in the chat and all the teams, of course, who did take part this week. We'll be back with week number 8. Not many left to go. Make sure you do get yourself involved at EGL.tv. We'll be back same time, same place next week. We'll see you then.